Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Today we'll be continuing our adventures as a monk. Today's going to be the day where we start punching things in the face as hard and as often as we can. I don't know about you all, but I love punching stuff. Alright. Oh, wrong button. This one. Resume. Okay, so it's over here. That's why I couldn't find it. It's this one. I knew it was one of these stupid buildings. It's time for punching. When lastly left off, we were about to go to Hawk Manor. Or, I mean, we were looking into incidents in the woods. We had spent some time trying to figure out what was going on with La Habrea. Found out effectively nothing. We did learn a lot about the Alamegans and the refugee crisis, which is still ongoing. Leave me be. I'm not long for this world. I'll make it quick. Look to death in the face. It's only a matter of time before he comes for me, just like he came for that poor woman. What? Well, here, let me soothe you. It's okay, it's okay. Stop freaking out, you weirdo. You're right. It's not as bad as it seems. I saw something terrible, that's true, but hardly means I'm gonna suffer the same fate. Thanks to you, I can think straight again. I can't believe I can work out what I saw without losing it. Well, tell me. It's just another ordinary day. I was heading back to the float when I noticed a suspicious character in the distance. Masked man, garbed head to toe in black. He had a hideous fiend in tow, a winged creature, was all eyeball and jagged teeth. We call those Ahrimans. Taken by curiosity, I crept as near as I dared. And then he ate me alive! Wait, but if he ate me alive, then how am I here talking to you? Da-da-da-da! Oh, excuse me. By the way, I should give a preface for today. I swear I don't mean this as a poor me, woohoo, boohoo, but I spent a while in the middle of the night having a coughing fit, like an hour, and as a direct consequence, I'm still a little bit coughy. So if I haven't, so if that happens, that's why. So I apologize in advance. I might be reading a little bit less quantity today, a little bit more summary today. We'll see how this goes. Thank you, Umbral Magnus. Very much, as always. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. So, there was a corpse of a woman. One glimpse was enough to tell me she died a gruesome death. In that instant, I knew right away the masked man was a minion of Thal. Come to claim her for his realm. Intro 4, you got it. What? You're investigating this guy? If that's the case, we'll help in any way we can. Anything to ensure we won't have to suffer Midrod's hysteria ever again. Alright, teamwork. Wait, I haven't been that bad, have I? I don't want to say nothing, dude, but I actually got to complain about the QA bot on my VODs. Unfortunately, I don't really have a solution for the complaint, which kind of sucks. But I just thought I'd comment on that. Let's put this up here, speed which I can read a little bit easier. There we go. You, speak to me. Here's what I know about the deaths. All the victims were found with their faces torn to shreds. Among the local fauna, only the scalekin known as Ziz can inflict such wounds, so some folk are pointing fingers at them. I doubt the answer's that simple, but for the sake of thoroughness, let's look into it. Okay. So, the... my god, it's... Wait, you're back in your old outfit. Oh, because you're a Dragoon. Of course you are. Whoop, I'm also going the wrong way. So I said I have a preamble, and I do. I've realized... So, one of the things I mentioned in Discord was how surprised I am at how well the game is reviewing. Which I know sounds weird for a game that has like 25 negatives to gameplay, but in all and total sincerity, that is less than I was expecting it to have. Come on. Come on. There you go. That's okay, fine. Yeah, tell me, especially with the fog to go out. Look at this. Anyways. Oh. But part of the reason, though, I was thinking about this is I feel like so far, and this is not going to sound like a positive thing, but I swear I mean it as one. So far, I feel like what's happening is this is a little bit of TNG Season 1. Now, your reaction to that statement is probably going to make my point for me. Because Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1 has a little bit of a bad reputation, and for good reason. But, hang on a second. Let's pull something up here really quick, shall we? Because I forgot to pull it up earlier because I was coughing. There we go. Let's look at TNG Season 1. So we got Encounter at Farpoint, which is ultimately a boring, disinteresting episode other than Q. Okay. Then we have The Naked Now, which is awful. Code of Honor, which is one of the worst episodes in the entire franchise. Last Outpost, which is terrible. And then we have Where No One Has Gone Before, which is silly, but forgivable. Lonely Among Us, which is just not a good episode. And then Justice, a.k.a. Hitler's Sex Planet. All of that happens within the first 7 episodes of TNG Season 1. Now, that doesn't linearly apply to ARR. It's not like the first few episodes of ARR are the worst things ever. But my point in saying that is most people, in my experience of decades of being a Trek fan at this point, when they think of TNG Season 1, they think of The Naked Now, Code of Honor, Last Outpost, and Justice. 4 of those 7 episodes. Most people don't think of The Battle, which is okay, Hide and Q, which has some problems, Haven, which is silly, The Big Goodbye, which is actually good, Data Lore, which is pretty okay, Angel 1, which has some issues, 11001001, which is probably one of the better Season 1 episodes, Too Short a Season, When the Boat Breaks, Home Soil, Coming of Age, which is actually one of my personal favorites in Season 1. Heart of Glory, which is our first actual Klingon episode, The Arsenal of Freedom, which allowed Geordi to actually become a character, Symbiosis, Skin of Evil, We'll Always Have Paris, Conspiracy, and Neutral Zone. Now, none of those are great episodes. If you forced me to sit down and rank every single episode of TNG, all of those episodes would be below the average line. But that's because TNG is awesome. In terms of quality of episodes, most of TNG Season 1, percentage-wise, like over 2/3 of it, is decent television. It's not great, and it's not good by TNG standards, but it's decent. And you see why I'm now comparing this to ARR. ARR is nowhere near as good as, let's be as blunt as we can, WoW Pandaria, because that was its direct competition at the time. And frankly, ARR is nowhere near as good as every single expansion after this one. But I do think it is not as bad as perceived, because we're looking at it from the lens of what it will become, and not in just the general lens of a video game. That being said, you do have to push through ARR to get to Heaven's Word, so that's whatever. Pretty much every MMO has that problem. But I will say this, by memory, I would say that Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is worse than ARR, so make of that what you will. So, we killed the birds. Nothing there. Which means it must be the masked man and his winged eyeball. Okay, I know I said I wasn't going to read all these out loud, but there's something else I heard about the deaths. All the victims have been comely maidens. Better watch myself, huh? Japes aside, there's a rumor going around. There's some as whisper that after each victim died, her rancor went into the great big rock southwest of here, causing it to flash and moan. So, this is as good a time as any to mention that this setting doesn't have undeath in the strictest sense of the word. I mean, it does. There are things that roam around that are like, "Ugh," but it's almost entirely Type 1 undeath, aka not actually undeath at all, just animated skeletons. Yes, it is, Zactaf. Thank you for checking, though. And Type 2 undeath, aka ghosts, right? Just roaming damned. Pretty much the norm when you think of that kind of thing. So, Don Crow wants to get into Final Fantasy XIV, but he doesn't want to use the QA bot. Well, afraid death is the only answer for you. Can I give you brief advice for choosing whatever your character chooses at the beginning? Your initial class determines your initial starting area. That being said, it has us more on the Witcher side of things than Warcraft, for example. Or Lord of the Rings, if you're familiar with that. Evil spirits, that kind of thing. Yeah, so you're going to be locked into your initial class for a minute. Let's just get this out of the way. No matter what class you start on, it's going to be kind of boring. There's nothing else for that. It has the typical RPG problem, not an MMO problem, just the typical RPG problem of you start off with 3 abilities and you very slowly get more. So I'm prefacing that because I don't want you to think of those first 10 levels as indicative of the class you're about to play. I know I've complained about this before. In fact, I have given this game a negative. But you see the class I'm playing right now? All the things that make this class so awesome, you don't get until, like, 50-something. Right? So, my advice to you is to, and I mean this with total sincerity, is to go watch yesterday's VOD, which is labeled Class Discussion. I go through every class, except for the Crafters and the Gatherers, and give you a little bit of a breakdown of how it plays and how it feels. Watch that, go through it, decide which of those you're going to be into. And then, now that you have an end goal, something that you want to get towards eventually, go ahead and work towards that, if that makes any kind of sense. This is going to sound egotistical or arrogant or whatever, but what I really wish is when I was starting the game, I had that video I made yesterday about all the classes, so I could be like, oh, okay, and I could have decided there. Instead, I had to just level all the classes to 80 myself in order to be able to figure out that information. So, use my prep work for your benefit. That's why we have a whole VOD, which is pretty much just focused on classes. Okay. Now, do any of the classes fly? No. No classes innately fly. After you get to a certain quest in Heavensward, which is your first expansion, you will gain the ability for all, I believe, mounts to fly. Pretty sure it's all at this point. So you can just be like, woo. And it doesn't matter what mount you use. Like, so you start off, as Lunaruth can tell you, you start off, and there's actually a quest right after you join a grand company, which we're actually past at this point, where you will get a company chocobo. Even your basic old chocobo, which is the default mount you will get, this sucker will fly. So, that's flying. Everything flies. Even the unicorn, for some reason. And yeah, so this has actually gone through a couple of iterations. Originally, you had to get the black chocobo, which I actually do have right here. In Heavensward, there was a whole quest for that. And this was, black chocobo, FF4, right? So this was how you gained flight, was with this thing. And then, over time, they patched in, like every patch, they would add another bundle of mounts, which gained flying. And so they were just kind of patching in bit by bit manually, adding the ability to fly to each mount. And like I said, I'm pretty sure at this point it is 100%, because that was always the goal. I mean, to be clear, I'm 100% with that. For reasons I've discussed at length over in World of Warcraft, adding flying mount is a good move to an MMO. It is something that enables you to say, I'm going there, and then to go there. Or it allows you to get up and see things from a different angle. Like, I actually, several of the ARR zones, there are features of it that never really processed for me until I could see them from the air. Like, seeing that sucker over there, I've seen it before. In fact, I've done the dungeon that's over there. But seeing it from this angle actually gave me more appreciation for it, if that makes any sense. And, of course, and this is the most important thing about flying, it is primarily optional. There are a few zones where you do have to fly, as is law, comes to mind immediately. But for the most part, you don't have to. You can just be on mount. Hell, you don't even have to be on a mount. You can just walk. All right, let's go here. That's up to you. And I know that sounds like a silly thing to comment on, but all I'm going to say to that is the Grizzly Hills. And anybody who's played WoW knows what I mean by that. But I know plenty of you haven't. So there's a zone in World of Warcraft, Wrath specifically, which is one of the most visually gorgeous zones. And it's also a very small zone, relatively speaking, called the Grizzly Hills. An enormous number of people I know will actually go out of their way to not mount and to just walk through the Grizzly Hills because it's just that enjoyable of a zone to peruse through. I know a lot of people who do that, including me. So, to be very clear, I absolutely think that flying mount, this, is a great feature for an MMO. It's one of the reasons why every time the WoW devs said, we hate flying in WoW, I wanted to smack them because they're stupid. Moving on. Ooh, hi, Village Idiot. I saved your questions from yesterday, because I didn't see you on. I want to make sure. But before I get to those questions, I do want to answer a couple other questions. Robostall says, does FF14 have the same amount of Revenant problems as 12? What's a Revenant problem? Magister says, how does leveling different classes work exactly? Do you have separate class level in addition to character level, or is it just finishing the quest? So let me go ahead and explain this super quickly. See this screen here? We're going to go over here. These are my levels. I know it's probably kind of small on the screen. Can I expand this? Nope. But if you pay attention to it, you'll notice that it shows the levels. The ones in orange are the max levels. And there's also a little white bar there. Right click. Aha! There you go. This should make it much easier. Oh, God, I'm going to have to turn that back down. This is like this big in real life right now on my screen. That is literally larger than my notebook. Anyways, that should be more visible, though. So, you can see now, that's our experience. So every class has its own experience bar and its own leveling. Oh, you're fine, Village Idiot. I just wanted you to know I saved the questions for you. It's obviously categorized by type, tank, healer, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS. But each one is tracked completely independently of the others, so any experience you gain of any kind, shape, or form, whether it's doing a quest, or a fate, or just straight up grinding, or doing dungeons, or doing roulettes, or whatever the 15 dozen ways there are to get experience, that goes to whatever class you are currently equipped as. So, as I'm running around as a monk, even though I'm getting a pittance of experience, I am getting that experience for monk. Does that make sense? Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit something, and I guess this is as good a time as any to talk about this, since this is something that needs to go in the review. I think, personally, that leveling alts is not as good as it should be. Now, Rax and I have actually talked this back and forth a lot, and my opinion on this has changed and morphed a little bit over time. But as of this point in time, I do personally still think that alt leveling, that is to say, leveling another class, is a little bit slower than it probably should be. Because, so I'm actually in a decent place right now. It would probably take me a couple of days of idle, casual leveling to push from 80 to 90. I should know that because I've already been doing that on my Samurai, which you'll notice is 86. But this is because the leveling curve from 1 to 90 is not smooth. 1 to 50 is kind of a pretty bad slog, and doesn't have access to all of the tools that you'll eventually have for leveling. 1 to 50, you have the roulettes, POTD, which, well, give my opinions on that later, and squadrons, and that's kind of it. And you get my point, right? So then 50 to 60 has its own curve and its own options for leveling. 60 to 70 has its things, and 70 to 80 has its things, and 80 to 90 has its things. Now, one of the... I actually do have a solution to this, which is ironic, because this also helps a little bit with the trial problem. But I do feel like there are ways to smooth out this leveling curve. I do feel like there are ways to make this so, at the very least, you have options all the way up or all the way down. Now, this would take some time and some work and some patching. I know that, but I do still think making it so that POTD, Heaven on High, the roulettes, obviously, the Bacchus experience, and maybe some of the dailies. That's getting into wish list territory, but maybe some of the Beast Tribes dailies, so that they scale from probably about 30 to all the way up to 90, and just make all the leveling options available for all the leveling ranges. I think that would actually smooth out the leveling curve substantially by itself. Because if you want to just face grind, you can, and there are ways to do that. But I feel like the limited tools is one of the biggest problems with the leveling curve, because it's variable based on what leveling block you are. There are also what I personally consider to be the hell levels. I can absolutely say that because I have gone through that recently. And that would be 60 to 70 specifically. It's actually 60 to 71 specifically. 60 to 71 kind of sucks, in my opinion, to level through. It is by far the worst portion of leveling in the game, in my opinion, as of this moment in time. Used to be 1 to 50. 1 to 50 has actually been smoothed out pretty well, so that's not as bad as it used to be. But once you hit 71, you suddenly have access to a host of new leveling options in addition to the ones you already have access to, and all of a sudden leveling smooths out substantially. Getting from 71 to 80, done. Getting from 81 to 90, again, my samurai has just been doing idle roulettes and is already 86 without me even really trying. So you get my point? Now, I'm not just saying this for the review's sake, although I am going to give this a negative, but I'm also saying this for the sake of anyone joining the game. So if you're going to join the game, if you're going to hop in, and let's say you push, let me use a personal example. Let's say you level Paladin first, or actually Black Mage, but let's say you level Paladin second, and you're like, I don't really like Paladin. I'd kind of like to try something else. How much of a time you're going to have leveling that alt is going to vary based on the level of that alt. And that's the overall point I'm trying to get across here. But it is doable, and it is available. I will say the roulettes are always going to be your best option for experience. These unlock in their own way. So main story quests, you don't unlock until you finish the main story quest. Trials, I think Titan specifically unlocks it. I think you have to have 2. So you have to have Ifrit and Titan to unlock that one. Alliance raids, you have to have at least 2 of the Crystal Tower in. Normal raids, you don't even get that till Heaven's Word. 50, 60, 70, you have to do, I believe, some of the 50 optional dungeons in order to unlock that one. Frontline is easy, you get that at 30. This gives, I forget the exact percentages. I think this one gives 15% of a level. Leveling gives 30% of a level. Trials gives 5% of a level. MSQ gives 30 or 60% of a level, depending on which one you get. Guild tests give nothing. You'll notice I keep skipping over that. That's why. Alliance raids give 30%. Normal raids give 10%. And front lives give 30%. And that's what those give. And you notice those are all in percent, because all of those give percentage experience. Now, that being said, if you have the gear and a group or the time, there is another thing which I haven't mentioned, mostly because I don't actually like leveling this way, and that's just hitting dungeons. Now, how much experience you get for hitting max level dungeons actually varies, depending on which block you're at. But there are several level ranges, and Rax has actually already mentioned this in chat. But there are several level ranges where the best experience, the actual best experience you can get, is to just go over to the manual queue and say, I'm level 73, so I'm just going to queue for Don Meg and smash that, right? And just grind Don Meg. And I say grind, it won't actually be that many runs until you get to 75, and then to grind Katana Ravel. And again, I'm using the word improperly. It's not really a grind. You do 2 or 3 runs of Katana Ravel, and then you're level 77, and then you do this one, and you get the idea. Just keep hitting the max level dungeon, and you'll be able to push that way. But again, how useful that is kind of depends on the specific level range. Either way, negative to gameplay. But only one. If we were reviewing this game some time ago, it's okay, Village Idiot. I don't mind questions. I don't mind you lurking, and I don't mind you talking. As long as you're not a dick, we're all good here. If I was reviewing this game some time ago, say around Stormblood era, this would easily be more than 1 negative for alt leveling speed, for the power progression curve is what that actually is. But they've added enough stuff since then to make it be less irritating and less frustrating, So I do still think they should do more in order to actually smooth this out. In an ideal, let's go fix some tech debt and let's just kind of polish up the old things kind of expansion. Fingers crossed. I would really hope that this would be one of the things that they would go back and do. And Lord knows they keep talking about adding trusts to old content. That would be an awesome feature, you know. I didn't even mention trusts because that's another way you could level from 71 to 80. Like I said, you get a lot of tools later on. So, moving on. I agree with that, Rax. As I've said many times, so let me actually say this out loud for the sake of the review, and for the sake of the fact that this is kind of the FF14 lore run. I don't think your first time leveling should be that fast. This is one of the big mistakes I think WoW makes. Right now, if you make a brand new character, you'll be max level in like 3 days. If you've never played WoW before. Now, cool, right? No, that's awful. That's not good. Your first time leveling shouldn't be slow, but it shouldn't be that fast. There needs to be a nice balance point to give you, the player, the chance to get used to your class, used to your abilities, used to the game, and actually be able to smooth through it. Yeah, you should be able to take time to smell the roses. Now, WoW's excuse me, WoW's leveling speed for alts, that's amazing, because it only takes 3 days, actually probably less than 3 days since you know what you're doing, in order to smash through to max level. Cool. But you see the problem there, right? So when we review WoW, I will probably give WoW a negative for leveling too fast. So, I'm just saying, there's a middle ground, you know? I do wish more games would pull the Guild Wars route. I know that doesn't apply in some cases, so for those of you wondering what the Guild Wars route is, Guild Wars 2 kinda does this. Guild War 1 very much does this. In Guild Wars 1, in rough approximation in the story, like if this is the story, your max level over here. Now, you might wonder how that works, but Guild Wars 1 is structured. I'm not going to go over the specifics, but just trust me when I say Guild Wars 1 is structured, so you still get stuff. You can still redesign your character. You can still get new things and change up how you play, because Guild Wars 1 is focused on build gameplay. You know, you pretty much start off max level, and once you finish the tutorial, you're max level, and you never have to worry about leveling again, and that actually works quite well for the system. I've actually theorized several times about a similar leveling system for a theoretical MMO that I was to make. Because once you smash through to max level, all that's left is to just keep playing the game and enjoying the game. It is tricky to design, though, because you have to make sure the player doesn't get bored. You don't want them to just have the same build for, 4 expansions worth of content, right? Guild Wars 2 does something similar. You hit max level about halfway through vanilla, and that's it. Then you're max level. Leveling speed in Star Trek Online is actually a little bit too slow, but it's probably closer to where it should be than the other two MMOs, WoW and FF14. Because in Star Trek Online, for those of you not aware, in terms of leveling curve, you're usually about on the red line, specifically. So you're usually doing quests a little bit higher level than you, and then you have to go do some patrols or some grind or some instances to gain a level or two, and then you go ahead and go back to the story quest and so forth and so on, and that's kind of how that goes. Tor, we'll talk about Tor when we get there. Hopefully we will not have to push the Tor run to this year and just do all of Tor in a block, as much as I would like to do that in some ways. On the other hand, that sounds nightmarish. You can also level with just doing DOFs. I would never recommend that. Don't do that. Are Tor sales that... There's some issues with Tor right now. Tor is still going, but you know how I talk about weight when it comes to how much weight a particular development has within a company? Tor has really low weight right now within BioWare and or EA, however you want to think of that. And it has worried me quite a bit, because I could absolutely see if they do an announcement of, yeah, we're pulling the plug. Okay. Now, I would hope they don't pull the plug at all. We've already talked about maintenance mode. But if they pull the plug, I will by necessity have to suddenly shove the Tor run substantially forward in order to be able to review the game. So that's going to suck. But anyways, I'll get to the QA in a minute, because I just spent entirely too much time talking about leveling speed. Hey, what's up? Most folk are too scared to go within 100 yalms of the Rock of Rancor. Yeah, it has a name. But what's a few vengeful spirits to a dauntless adventurer like you? Well, not much, but here. These aren't just your garden variety crystals. It's a bit hard to tell beneath the dirt and grime, but they're definitely lightning aspected. I almost hate to say it, but explains the flashing and the moaning. Nothing to do with the masked stranger. Looks like I've gone and wasted both your time and a perfectly good fire sand stick. Oh, well. They should, Magister. Doesn't mean they will. How many MMOs have been torpedoed rather than kept in maintenance mode? I'll give you a hint. It's almost all of them. By the way, Guild Wars 1 recently actually released figures on how much it costs them to keep Guild Wars 1 going in maintenance mode. It's a joke. So this isn't just me presuming based on my own extensive experience with regards to being a network engineer. This is actual fact at this point. Anyways. So. That's something you should know. I wanted to keep this to myself, lest I worsen Medrod's paranoia. But I too have seen the winged eyeball. I cannot say whether it's a coincidence, but my sighting took place precisely the same time as Medrod's. I was heading home after a day of digging when a shadow fell over me. Looking up, I found myself locked in gaze with a giant eyeball. I let out a scream at the top of my lungs and ran without looking back. This happened to the rocky area west of here. Okay. By the way, to make this very clear, because I think some people are misunderstanding me, I'm not saying Tor's bad, and I'm not saying Tor, isn't good. What I'm worried about is EA. Let me be very clear about that. EA has literally already killed at least one MMO I enjoyed. Arguably two, except I didn't enjoy Star Wars Galaxies, but point remaining. Anyways. Oh, hey, here's my destination. Let me just survey here. Taking my time. Oh, gosh. I'll save you. Alright, back to doing this. So, what does maintenance mode mean? Maintenance mode means Reggie putting a very badly designed ASCII art in the chat. And spamming. I vote we kick Reggie for spamming. Maintenance mode, when you're maintaining an MMO, any server, really, there's stuff you have to do to keep it running, right? And when you're doing regular updates, you have to do a whole lot of stuff. Some people think that what happens when it comes to software is you've got the software, right? It's over there, and you patch, and you patch, and you patch, and then you upload the patch, and that's it. But that's not actually true. It's more like you've got the existing edition, version is actually a better word for that, and you are working on a variant of that version to try and modify it in your own private environment. You think this works, so you go ahead and apply that to a test environment, which is going to be in a pseudo-live environment, a secondary server block, essentially. Then you test it out here and make sure it works, and then usually there's stuff wrong. So then you pull it back to the first server block, fix, put it back to the second server block, okay, it looks like it's working. We're going to go ahead and apply this to the actual live server now. Usually there's like 3 or 4 more steps here, but whatever. Apply it to the live server. Once it's on the live server, then you have several other people whose job it is to make sure that this is applied here. There's usually bugs. There's usually issues because there's so many things in a live test environment that you cannot test for. Once you have that, then that requires additional patches, which is actually done on a completely separate, this is now our 4th server group, by the way, in order to try and just patch fix. Now, this isn't like updates or content. This is just, this is a bug, this is fixed. Hot fixes usually fall into this, and then we put those back onto here, And occasionally that causes issues, so that goes back to here, and so forth and so on. And so there's this constant movement across these 4 server groups as you're keeping an MMO up to date, right? This involves a lot of people, lots of hardware, lots of time, and lots of money. Maintaining an MMO is expensive. Until you hit maintenance mode. Maintenance mode, by contrast, is extraordinarily cheap. Maintenance mode is you've got this one server block. That's it. It's already patched. It's already good. It's pretty stable. No issues, no major bugs, or at least none that you care about. It just stays there, and it just operates. Every now and again, you might have to do something like a reboot. Okay, there we go. We've gone ahead and rebooted the server to kind of flush it, make sure everything's cool, make sure it doesn't have any escalating problems. Like some servers have things where they have, I think it's called junk code, where it just kind of builds up over time. You reboot to get rid of that, flush that out, you know. That's it. And you see the difference between these two things. That's what maintenance mode means. You have put the game into a mode where it's just sitting there, and it is substantially, monumentally cheaper and easier to keep up and maintain, to the point where even the total cost of maintenance is so pathetic as to be not worth mentioning. That's maintenance mode. It is my firm opinion, as a video game person, as an accountant, as a manager, and as a historian, that pretty much every MMO... Yeah, exactly! See, Blade Tomorrow gets it. Every MMO should have the option to be put into maintenance mode and just kind of left running. Most MMOs that have maintenance mode are either literally free, especially the bad ones, Mike Kamano. Preservation of History, goddammit. Quest 64 is only available on the N64, and it shouldn't be. But anyways, I actually talked about that during Quest 64, by the way, so that's not me just making that up. Some MMOs that are in maintenance mode are just straight up free, because it's that irrelevant. Some of them have an extraordinarily small cost. Like when Asheron's Call was put into maintenance mode, you can buy an account for $10. That's it. No fee, no subscription, no nothing. It was $10 to make an account. Now you might think, why even bother? Well, because that $10 covers the maintenance costs. And that's acceptable too. Make it so you could pop into Star Wars Galaxies right now for $10. There you go. Boom. Done. Yeah, $10 period. Gary and I actually bought a bunch of accounts when that happened because we wanted to play around with multi-boxing just for fun. Just for the challenge of it, the technical challenge of it. It was pretty fun. Jaludo is also correct. As the player base shrinks, you can also shrink what's necessary for the actual servers. Now that takes a little bit of time and work and effort, but that is something you can do to lower the maintenance costs even further. Let's be very clear about this. There is no functional reason not to leave an MMO in maintenance mode. Someone made this joke yesterday, but this is not a joke because it's absolutely true. Mining cryptocurrency, selling NFTs, quite literally, non-exaggeratively, non-memeingly, is more expensive both in time, in money, and in cost to the environment than leaving an MMO in maintenance mode. That's the world we live in. What we got? By the way, we're getting pretty close to Hawk Manor. If anybody wants to join in on that, just kind of giving an FYI. I'd like to go as monk. I don't have to. A monstrous bane might appear and you slew it. That creature's long been a scourge of the folk of the Fallgord. Intentional or no, you've done us a great service. But this does make me wonder, was it truly a winged eyeball I saw? Or merely a trick of the light combined with blind panic? Yeah, where the hell did City of Heroes go? I don't even like City of Heroes personally, just not my thing. And I'm still pissed off that City of Heroes got nuked. There's been no promising leads in the murders. I can scarce get a wink of sleep knowing the killer is still at large. Judging by your furrowed brows, I take it this sorry business troubles you as much as it does me. I've been pondering my encounter. Uh-oh. It's something suspicious music. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun. This is my second least favorite song of this entire game. After the something dangerous is happening music. I was uncertain for a time, but there can be no doubt. It was a winged eyeball I witnessed. It's implausible I could have mistaken so distinct a creature for a bane mite. But you and I were palms apart. How could we have both seen it at precisely the same time? What's more, our adventure friend had a run-in with the bane mite at the very same spot. You saw the eyeball, isn't that right? There must be an explanation. I know I saw an eyeball with wings. I would wager an apple tart on it. I'll take that wager. Oh, you serious? But listen, mayhap it's not as mysterious as making out. There's no reason it couldn't be. Of course, there's more than one of the things. It's so obvious. But then that means there have been repeated sightings, and there's even more victims yet undiscovered. Da-da-da-da. I do believe we're out of our debt. We'll leave the rest to you. You're the one who killed Ifrit. Okay. I guess I'll go kill an Ahriman. Although Ahrimans are actually no joke, especially in lore, but anyways. Where's my list? Hang on. Rex, you've only actually been along for 3 groups right now, which admittedly is more than 50% of them, but still. I've been keeping track to make sure we can rotate in, you know, people who haven't gotten a chance to. Don't worry, Ifrit. Don't worry, Ifrit. Mike Kamano, your name is Ifrit now. Don't worry, Mike Kamano. We'll add a few more notches onto that belt later on. Whee, flying is awesome. Alright, what do we got here? Let's see. Oh my god, a mangled corpse! Are you okay? Oh my god, an Ahriman! Oh, right, I can punch things really hard. I do like the feathers that glow off this thing. Check it out. I mean, anybody who's played WoW knows why I wanted these specifically for my unarmed weapons. I'm not actually going to explain for anybody who hasn't played WoW. Sucks to be you in that case, but... I have looted the corpse. Did I seriously just loot the... Yep. Okay, that's cool. My ether compass has been removed. No! Oh god, how am I going to get my ether currents now? I'm going to defer that question to Rax Spinobi because I actually don't remember how it works right now, and it's also apparently changing sometime this year. I'm not sure what level the transmog I have of my weapons is, but the actual weapons I have are level 80 Terra, so might be relevant. Excuse me. Twin Adder, which I would never join. Is there anything I can assist you with? Yeah, I've got a corpse. Oh, gods be good, not again. No matter how many bodies I see, I cannot seem to get used to the horrid sight. Identical deaths have been reported in the central shroud. While the masked stranger you seek does not seem to feature in any, sightings of the winged eyeball are common enough. The creature appears to be moving the bodies, but to what end I cannot say. The victims have all been young women with their faces mutilated beyond recognition. It's been difficult to identify them so as to notify them next of... Wait. This button, it's engraved with a lily motif. That's the same object that was found on another victim. A family sigil? Or an organization, perhaps? Either way, I dare hope this find will prove pivotal in finally solving the murders. Yeah, we're literally doing a murder investigation, by the way. I think this is dark. Wait until we get to another dungeon. But that'll be after the MSQ. Excuse me, the MSQQ. So, hold on to the button. While it isn't standard procedure to entrust key evidence to individuals, you're the PC. If I might make a suggestion, go have it examined by Mew. Okay, I can do that. Well, you see, Mike Romano, we all know that PCs are secretly murder hobos, so it makes sense to kind of have a quest which is about investigating a murder. You know, twist things around a little bit. Also, I agree, Ghost Trick is awesome, but that's unrelated. while we're walking, I already answered Magistra's question. Robostall says, FF12 was chock full of death. No, it's not. It's nowhere near that bad, Robostall. You're right, FF12 is just Undead Central. I stand by my earlier comparisons. This is a little bit more like Lord of the Rings or The Witcher. Moment. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. Zactef says, here's a good line. You never did come home, did you? You have to party yourself in that cave and it breaks your heart. I mean, that... Nah, I guess that's an okay line. Mostly it demonstrates how little Stain actually understands Stark, so for that reason I'll give it that. So, hey, do you know what this button means? On a dead... Where'd you... I'm sorry. I'm actually going to read this one out loud. Well, isn't this a lovely little button? The engraving is quite exquisite, artisan-level quality, I would say. Where'd you find this? On a dead body. Lovely. I'm afraid I don't recognize the sigil. Okay. We'll see if we can find someone else who does. Oh my god, who's this stranger? Mysterious individual there. Robostall also says, WoW's art stands the test of time. I say this because I think FF14 has not aged as well. Agree or disagree? Disagree. Now, FF14 certainly has its own style. I've heard some people say that FF14 looks more... I hate to use this word, realistic than WoW. I actually very much disagree with that. FF14 has its own style to it. It is the FF style. I really don't know what else to call it. FF13 was actually built in the same general overall style of approach. And I think it's aged just fine. Now, okay, real talk, I do think WoW looks better visually than this game, but... Real talk, WoW has had 16 goddamn years to polish its art department to a fine sheen. So, it's not really a fair comparison, you know? It's like saying, well, yes, I mean, this painting that this 3-year-old just painted is pretty good, but this master artisan has made a better one. And it's like, what? Okay, that's a bad comparison, but you get my point, right? Now, that being said, I will say that, yeah, actually close to 18 years now. It is worth noting that WoW's style is more stylized, whereas FF14's style is less stylized, which is probably why people say it looks more realistic than WoW. But let's be very clear, this is still a style. This is still an approach. I mean, see here, hang on. Yeah. Seeing people like this, that's not really realistic looking. The proportions are kind of leaning towards that direction, but that is still a stylized approach to aesthetic and art design and graphics and blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, no, I think FF14 looks just fine. Now, I should point out... Hang on, so let me walk that sentence back one step. I should mention that with regards to terrain design, and I've talked about this before, I do think most of the ARR zones don't look good. I talked about that yesterday. I feel like almost all the ARR zones are just kind of there. Not bad to the point of negative worthy, but there's not going to be any visual pluses for brickwork in ARR, you know what I mean? Later on expansions, absolutely. They do certainly get a lot better about their... You know what, hang on. I'm going to show something really quick. This is kind of a spoiler, but I just want to make my point very quickly, and I can do this very quickly. Whoops, wrong one. We'll go, here. Now, you know what? I don't even have to move, actually. Literally, the screen which we pop in on already shows off what I'm talking about. High-resolution textures, better usage of doodad placement and presentation, just on this freaking fountain. We've got little flowers in there, we've got the movement of the water, which is done better, we've got the lighting effect, which is being used to substantially better effect. Now, it's foggy right now, so that sucks. But on the plus side, it means you don't have to look at too much of it. The way that the freaking the petals move up as you move through it, right? Okay, this fog is awful. Jesus Christ. So we're gonna keep the camera kind of down-ish. I was hoping to show you a sweeping vista, but I literally can't show you more than 10 feet in front of my face because apparently I'm playing Morrowind now. But I'm pointing this out to show that regardless, yeah, let's try Lakeland. Regardless of the, that's not Lakeland. There we go. Of the specifics, I do think their overall terrain design has gotten substantially better. And here's a zone that is copy-pasted from Shadowlands. Oh, wait, Mr. Red isn't here. Here. So, okay. Again. Pseudo-spoilers, but don't worry about it. Obviously, it's a little violet. But ignore the color palette for just a second. And you could kind of see how much more thought and design is being put into the layout, into the terrain, and into the zone, right? You can see how there's actual work being put into what should be where with regards to buildings, and the cliff sides, and the pass through them, and around them, and over them, and under them, and blah, 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 blah. And that's my overall point. I do think that this game looks just fine now. It's just, you need to get to it a little later on in order to actually be able to enjoy it, in my opinion. I should go here. No. Let me give you one last example. You've seen the deserts, right? And I'll do a direct comparison. This is actually a good place to do this. I'm going to have to angle my camera a little specifically here because there's actually something I really don't want to show on camera here. So we just need to face this way and we're good. There we go. But compare and contrast what we're staring at here with regards to this desert area and how it's laid out. And again, doodad utilization, trees, rocks, you know, all this stuff, compared to the areas around Thanalin. Compare Thanalin to this area, and it's kind of a night and day comparison with regards to how well they're using the engine and how well they're actually designing the brickwork for it. And yeah, I would actually completely agree with Rax. When they... I hate myself for sounding like this because I don't want to come across as a PC elitist, but when they dropped support for the PS3 was almost undoubtedly the moment in which they were really able to start stretching with this engine and do stuff with it. There's actually another desert area. I'm kind of going backwards here because I'm trying not to show it off here. This way-ish, I think. Where am I? Oh, over here. Yeah, no, I'm right. This way. Yeah, the thought of playing this game on a PS3 is just absolutely bonkers to me. And here we go. This is the spot I wanted to showcase here. Again, this may not seem like much, and I suppose it kind of doesn't. But speaking as someone who's done this kind of terrain design before, this actually takes a decent amount of thought, work, effort, and prep work. And again, the brickwork is substantially improved here. Especially if you zoom in here, you can actually see how they use the grass to accentuate the brickwork, and in order to try and show it. Yeah, even the bump mapping is noticeably improved. And this is just kind of all I wanted to show off, was the game's improvements over time visually. Now let's go back into the deep dark forest of low-res stuff. Where am I? Here we go. Back over here. Come on. Come on. There we go. Now, pretty sure I just got a donation. Let's see, who is it from? It's from... hang on. Aw, that sucks, Jesse Ward, but thank you, as always. Much appreciate, as ever, thank you. You have to give me a minute to part and parcel that out, so give me a minute to part and parcel that out. Oh yeah, no, WoW actually has the same thing. I can't log into WoW right now because I'm not subscribed, but if I was to show you Elwyn Forest versus the Ardenweald, it would be night and freaking day. Like, I have actually legitimately shown some people 2 zones in WoW, and had them think, in ignorance, that it was from different games. Because of how much that game has gotten better. Because a lot of the WoW vanilla zones, the zones that are there and haven't really been changed since vanilla, they don't look so great either. It's the same problem. Okay, so it's White Knight Chronicles 2, Skyrim, Dragon Age, Block, Dungeons, Siege 2. So that's... Yep, that's everything. And thank you again, Jesse Ward. Okay. I mean, there's a logic to it, Mike Kamano. Hell, I need to actually turn the StarCrafts into the StarCraft block at this point. Or maybe an RTS block, I don't know. Need help tracking down the owner of a button? Well, that's certainly not our quest I receive on a daily basis. Here. Some kind of decorative button, reminiscent of those worn by families of old. I can say a certainty the White Lily is a recurring theme in Gridanian culture, hence the White Mage. Alas, I don't know who would make a sigil of it. If there's a soul here who would know, it's the woman in the Lancer's Guild. Correct, Malakor. There is a Sonic 2D block already on the books, Mike Kamano. If you give me a minute, I'll even tell you which games are in it. It's gonna be... Nope. Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic CD, Sonic Advance 1, Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Advance 3, and Sonic Mania. Also, Ascian is trying to give me a heart attack and destroy my throat even more than it already has been. What the hell is Sonic 4? Did QABot go down? QABot did go down again. Wow. QABot is back up. It's the 2D block. I legitimately don't know what you're talking about, Mike Kamano. I'm sorry. I really don't. What the hell is Sonic 4? Or is that a joke, and I'm just not getting the joke? In which case, I'm an idiot and ignore me. Put this over here so I can notice better if it's going to crash on me. So I don't mean to niggle, Scion. Before I say thank you, you say you put $100 towards one thing, $100 towards a second thing, and $100 towards a third thing. The problem here is you have donated $214.90. So, in the meantime, thank you very, very, very much. Always appreciate very much. Thank you so much, Scion. Much appreciate. Much thank you. I know I'm only motivated in this job by money. I'm sorry. I can't even say it without laughing. That's why I was chuckling in the middle of the bow. All I care about is money. Let's see. Do I have a question in the queue from Tara? Where's the QA bot? Where's the QA bot? Where'd the QA bot go? Oh my god. There it is. You have one about tyranny, which I haven't gotten around to yet because it's an off-topic question and I've been busy. Thank you, Narset. I will put that towards White Knight Chronicles 2. No, I wasn't asking you to fill up the difference, Scion. I was just gonna... I was just... Okay. Thank you, Scion. As ever, and as always, thank you. I didn't know our exchange rates were that off at this point. I haven't paid attention to exchange rates, admittedly, in detail recently, so that's probably on me. No, people hate my guts, you kidding me? At least if you pay attention to my comments section. Which is why you shouldn't. Nope, wait, hang on, I shouldn't say that. Hang on, let's pull out a positive. Surely I have a positive comment from today, right? What do we got here? Several people were wondering what the Sengoku Jedi is, because I've referenced it several times. Let's see here. I mean, I've got a bunch of neutral comments. I get a lot of comments from people who share information. It's really strange the way that kind of works out. Like, imagine I had a video. This actually happens so often, it's weird. Imagine I have a video, and in this video I say, did you know that this thing is blue? And it's blue because of this. And then I move on and talk about it. And what I'll usually get is a comment, or more than one comment in the comment section saying, did you know this thing is blue? And it's blue because of this. What? I get that a lot, by the way. That's not an uncommon occurrence. Hey, Lord, did you know this thing is blue? No, tell me about it. You're right. Actually, let me switch channels, because over here, I did get one from you, Little. It's right here. The way you reveal the subtle horror beneath Byzantium. I did actually see that comment. That is a positive comment. So thank you. I liked Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds was a well-constructed game. I really don't see why so many people bashed on it. I really don't. Alright, so, Scion, that's going... Let me say this out loud. That's how the double check system works. Dawn of War 1. Dawn of War 2. And Warhammer 3, which I'm getting more and more excited about the more I hear about it. I've actually convinced PAX that it should be added to our co-op game list. So we're going to do at least a campaign or two in one of the new multiplayer modes, which sounds awesome. And thank you, Regibrock. As always, I'll put that towards Laura's choice. Yeah, sorry, the Sengoku Jidai is a period, the Warring States period is what it actually literally means in Japanese history. It is a fascinating period of history, probably one of my favorite periods of history to study. So I tend to reference it semi-often, because, you know, I'm actually familiar with it. It's something that I've used in the Trek rewrite a few times, and it is, of course, something that I find relevant with regards to discussing Enterprise, which is why it keeps showing up. Here's hoping, Blackval. Warhammer 3 looks pretty legit, so... By the way, ogres! Anyways. Hey! Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Imagine just a non-stop civil war, but not between two sides. Just between sides. Just everyone. Just... That's why it's called the Warring States period. Oh, God. Just keep bouncing from person to person. They could tell you where it is. Sure. Oh, actually, I think we're getting pretty close to Hawk, because this is up where the Hawk person is. And yeah, a lot of the names people probably recognize that are legends in Japanese history that are reused over and over in fiction, like Ieyasu or Nobunaga, for example. Those come from the Warring States period, the Sengoku Jidai. So, this lovely fellow. Please comment Giga Pudding, please. Even if you just say it's a positive. Let me share a little tidbit of human psychology here. We as human beings have a tendency not to leave positive comments. And I don't mean that as a dig. This is true to me too. I try to catch myself on this. Because we feel we don't need to. Like, it's just normal, right? Oh, yeah, good job. You feel weird, right? Or awkward just saying good job, or nice video, or I enjoyed this VOD, or that's a good piece of music, or whatever. But the flip side of that is when all you hear are comments when someone has something negative to say, all you have is negative feedback to work off of. So there's my little pro-life hack tip of the day. Don't forget to say, you know, this is a good meal, or this is a good thing, or you ran a good session of D&D, or thank you for grouping with me today, or whatever, right? Little pinpricks of positivity. Obviously, only say it if you mean it. Don't lie. And yet, my Kamano gets it right as I say that. I do not believe we are acquainted. Pray leave me to my thoughts. Do you know where this came from? The sigil of D'Artancourt's family. How is it you came to be in possession of this button? Well, from the body of a murdered woman. Her face. Was it marred in any way? I had feared as much. I can no longer feign ignorance. I shall reveal to you the truth of the deaths, but on one condition. You must promise to put an end to my lady's madness and free her from her torment. Please don't call me sexy. You have to tell the truth, Malachor. So, this is the time for people to volunteer for Hawk. We're like 5 seconds from it. I was once a manservant in the employ of one of our oldest and proudest families in Gradania, the D'Artancourts. During that time, I had the honor of waiting upon Lady Amandine, mistress of the household. Fair as summer she was, possessed of a heart befitting her radiance. Alas, the calamity wrought a great change in her. Though my lady escaped with her life, death may well have been a kinder fate. Never will I forget the day the bandages were removed and she beheld her disfigured face for the first time. At that moment, the kindly woman I know ceased to be. Unable to bear the thought of being seen, my lady sequestered herself within her chambers and refused all company. This continued for many uneasy moons until one day, without warning, she began receiving queer guests. No, not that kind. None among us knew whence they came, these masked men, but my lady believed they would help her to regain that which she had lost. So began the rites of rejuvenation. These rituals seemed innocent enough in the beginning, but grew ever more grotesque as time went by. Eventually, there came a day when my lady bound one of her handmaidens to her bed and proceeded to mutilate the poor girl's face. Suffice it to say, she did not survive the ordeal. It fell to me to dispose of her body. I performed the dreadful task as bade, obedient servant that I was, but when the time came to return to the house, my legs refused to move. I knew that I could not go back to that place, not after the nightmare I had witnessed, and so it was I left Hawk Manor, my home for nigh on half a century. Long did I weep for the girl who was slain, and longer still for the woman Lady Amandine had been. Yet one cannot weep forever, and I endeavored to put the matter behind me. Indeed, I was resolved never to speak of the experience until you appeared before me. My lady's madness must be ended, lest more innocent lives be lost. Lay her tormented soul to rest, as you swore to me you would. She awaits you at Hawk Manor, the western edge of the Central Shroud. Yeah, I know Hawk Manor pretty well because I've done it like 50 times. It's a very common one to show up in the leveling roulette. But we will be judging it as we go through it, because, yeah, it's... It's also where I learned of a certain piece of functionality in the game, which we'll talk about when we get there. So it looks like Linley's on. Pretz, what's your character name? Let me check my thing here. Hawk Manor. I will be going as me. Punk. Oh, you're Linley. Okay. So we've got Linley. Excuse me. Giga and Rax. It looks like that's actually our group right there. So... Sorry to keep talking about the brickwork thing for just a second. One of the things I've learned to appreciate more and more in recent years is color balancing and color design. This is all green, right? But from a literal perspective, this is a green screen. You know, you can see the green of it. But no pun intended. But this is more... This isn't very well designed, just to be as nice about it as I can. There's no accentuation going on. There's no colors to make the green pop out, and the specific shadings of green they're using aren't very well designed either. It's just kind of a generic yellow-green on top of a generic green on top of a generic brown, and that's kind of it. Now again, I'm not saying this to bash it, more to point out that later green zones will do a much better job with their color balancing and color utilization than what we're seeing right now. And yeah, it's just green. So you get the idea. Just giving more evidence to what I was talking about. Now, while we get the group set up here, let's answer some questions. What's the worst expansion launch I've experienced in terms of overall bugs? That's actually a tough one. But ultimately, I would probably have to go with World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King. I've told that story many times. I won't go for the full in-depth details. There's an Ahriman outside. There's a lot of Ahrimans outside. Oh my god, there's tons of these things. Look at these. All you really need to know is... So, the way servers work in MMOs is you have clusters which have servers, which have zone servers, which have mini-zone servers, which have instance servers, okay? That's kind of the tiering, right? The further down you go, the more specific to an area it is. So, I don't actually know if FF14 uses the same infrastructure, but let's assume it does for a second. So this zone we're in, the Central Shroud, would be a server, but each of the major areas of this zone, like the area I'm in right now, would be a sub-server, right? So during the Wrath launch, only certain sub-servers were working. The server was up, kind of, the whole zone, but if I was to try and leave this sub-zone and go over here, I would get disconnected. Because that sub-server wasn't working. It's the most hilariously buggy, terrifying experience I've ever seen. I've told this story in detail before, but in brief, I ended up floating above a specific spot of the Zanger Marsh, because it was one of the only sub-zones that was actually working at all. And I was just hanging out there talking to people as they were trying to log in. And when you got stuck, your character was stuck there. So you could log back in as another character, because your other character is still in game. And so our guild list was like this large, because everybody was logged in on every character simultaneously. It was pretty bad. By the way, I should mention this wasn't actually the expansion launch, this was the acclimation patch, to be more specific about that. But same difference. It took them a few days to fix that. That was pretty bad. Anyways, what do we got? So, Rax is tanking. Giga Pudding, what are you bringing? I'm assuming it's a healer. Ah, Scholar. Thank you. Giga Pudding. Scholar. And then that's Literally, who's going to be a Denser. So that's going to be another one for Rex. Another one for Literally. Another one for Giga. And that's it, because I'm the other person. Like, who's the fourth person? Oh, yeah, right. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to do what was suggested as well. So it's just unequip, unequip. Whoop. That's not what I meant to do. God! Can I just... there we go. Okay. Unequip, unequip. And I want Reborn, and I want to go down. I want to make sure we're on minimum eye level. There, confirm. Hawk, hawk, hawk. Huh. Hawk, 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 hawk. There it is. Welcome to Hawk Manor. Now, if you're paying attention, each of the dungeons has had a little bit of an intro thing, but most of them have been pretty basic. This is one of the first times they've really tried to stretch with that little opening camera cinematic thing. They will get more extensive as we go on. Now, hang on. Nobody go anywhere real quick, real quick. So, new players to the game. You've never played this game before. This is what you see. Where do you go? Up is a good answer. Up is very obvious, but we can only go up briefly and we'll see a sealed barrier. So it's like, okay, well that doesn't matter. We can go left or right. Okay, let's go right. Let's see. Right over here. Immediately walk into a barrier of random terrain, which we could easily jump over, but let's just pretend we can't for a second. Okay, well, by definition now we have to go left. Okay, well, we'll just go left and go down this hallway. I'm just gonna eat that. Just be a minute, because I decided to eat that. There we go. I mentioned that you can actually weave in and out of stuff on Monk. I think I've mentioned that a few different times, because, yeah. There actually are in-combat consumables. They're kind of site-specific, I think is how I want to explain that. Okay, so we're going down. Well, dead end. Oh, shoot! Probably even have access to this bar at this level. Oh, maybe there's something in here. Nope, completely empty room. We do have combat. Combat's cool. I'm surprised how much of Monk exists at 28. We have one full combo and portions of 2 other combos and an AoE. We have an AoE at 28. Monk is better than Dragoon, confirmed. Sorry. Alright, well, whatever. Go over this way. I had a locked door. Huh. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and head back. Clearly we missed something. Alright, speaking of which. Nope, that's not chakra, that's chakra. There we go. Yeah, I'm weirded out by actually having chakra. As weird as that probably sounds. I actually have a class feature at level 28. This is weird. A key! We have found a key. Okay. Oh my god, Giga Pudding has a dot at level 28. I'm shocked. And yes, you as in Corp, I'm supposed to tell you this was a good suggestion to take off our accessories. To reduce our eye level even more. Whoops. Alright. Well, now we know we need a key, so no problems. Oops, I forgot to hit that. Whatever. Yeah. Grab the key. Aha! A And that's for this door, clearly. Obviously, this is the way forwards. Well, that's not terrible. You know, it leads to treasure. Treasure's good, right? I mean, I don't like looting, but... We've got some cellos. That's kind of nice. So, let's talk visual design for a second. This is probably one of the better designed visually dungeons we've seen so far. In fact, it's probably the best we've seen visually. But part of the problem I have with this place, I don't mean to sound too pedantic, is most of the design is big, empty rooms with stuff in it. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be too persnickety, but it really is just, here's a nice, big, empty room, and there's a piano, and there's some cellos. Well, let's go over to the other room over here. Let's see what we got over here. It's a nice, big, empty room with some tables and some chairs. And you get the idea. Lots of nice, big, empty rooms. Still, some effort is obviously being put into the visual design of the place, which kind of hasn't been in several other areas, including both Totorak and Copperbell. Meanwhile, Rax dying. Oh, that's... Yeah. That's True North. Okay. What do we got? It's a big empty room, but it's keys. Like, I appreciate the effort, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Oh man, it's time for our first boss. Yeah, let's answer some questions while we find a few things here. Let's see. Where's question man? There you are. Let's put this over here so I can actually read it. There we go. Our first boss is the same thing we've been fighting this whole time. Look, eventually they will start to have boss design, I swear. So, whoop. I've actually seen that, Robostal. I've seen that particular video. Whoop. So it looks like I have nothing but Village Idiot questions, which is awesome, because they're all related to the XIV. How does the Empire have... No, that's not a how. Does the Empire have treaties where sectors can take over one another if sector governor can't handle things themselves? That's a good question. The answer in general is no. So, the general approach is if someone within a specific region, regardless of which type of region that is, including, of course, a sector, is having trouble dealing with something and cannot deal with it, then what they need to do is they need to kick that upstairs and apply for help at the federal level. Say, hey, fix it. And yeah, that's kind of right, Vigilant, except less evil. You know, get Vader in here. Ooh, a green key. Get Vader in here, send someone who's a specialist in whatever it is we're having problems with. Are we having... Who's looting? Oh, it's you, Rax, because you need the... Right. Okay, so nevertheless, we've got... we're back at the beginning. Huh. Well, this is strange. Oh, well, maybe we missed something this way. Back this way. I figured it was you because you were farming seals or something like that. I don't know. Now, I feel like there's someone who needs to be stabbed. But wait! There's stuff over here, and I'm going to blindly pull it. Hit the wrong button. Maybe I should switch those, because I keep hitting True North when I'm trying to hit meditation. Just out of muscle memory. Like, maybe I just swap those buttons. But yeah, sending someone like Thrawn, for example. Do it, Rex! Let me... Please don't let me die. Okay, you can let me die if you have to. Ugh. Hang on. I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to swap these. Let's swap True North with Mantra. There we go. Boom. Unlock. There we go. But to finish the question, Bill, someone just straight up taking over another sector like that is not likely. Even if there was to send in a management team or a factor team or whatever, that's probably more of a temporary arrangement as opposed to a more large scale arrangement. You know, no sector mergers, if that's what you're asking. Now, that being said, in an extremely unusual case like, I don't know, real-life Middle East situation, post Pikes and Silks, or however the hell you pronounce their stupid names, agreement kind of a thing, then yeah, in that case, it would make sense to actually adjust the sectors to accommodate for cultural lines, right? Oh, God. Die, monster. So the next question you ask, it's a good time for Q&A while we're doing dungeons, actually. Even though I gotta judge the dungeons. But it's okay, I know these places inside and out. Most of them. There's a few I don't know that well. We'll get there, we'll get there. Village Idiot then says the question, when facing the idea of augmented individuals, how will the extant handle major side effects? I'm actually going to need some clarification on that one. So what do you mean? The dungeon has trained us to pick up all the keys, even though actually only, like, 3 of them are necessary, but let's not get into that. And a door, which we can't... I'm just going to spoil this, you can't open, and I'm just going to spoil this, you can't go right. I happen to know that. But clearly we need to open this locked door right here. Let's do it. Here we go. This is the way. There does not appear to be anything in here. Okay, this was not the way. Someone's looting. Now we must kill that person horribly. Ooh, shoot. We'll move on to the next question. Does the extant have recycle planets, where you place items on a barren planet but have bots go dig through to reuse them? No. Most large-scale recycling is either done in space or with large-scale manufactories, which can deal with more than they have to deal with. So the throughput is actually quite smooth. Hey, a key. Next question is, does the exit have something like unicorn blood, where it gives you half a life if you drink it? Good question. Not that I've invented off the top of my head, but I'm not saying it doesn't. I just can't think of anything like that off the top of my head. I suppose if you didn't properly understand magical augmentation and tried to edit your soul a little bit, that would most likely cause some problems. I haven't looked at them at all. I couldn't even tell you what they are off the top of my head, Scion. They exist. Okay, take your time with the augmentation question. I'll be here all day. What's a manufactorium? Ah! I should probably actually be using the ability I just rebound so I could use it more often. Two locked doors. We know what this do. Alright, there's definitely something in here. There's a lot of dungeons down here. God, how many people did you keep captive? Jeez Louise. Holy crap. Oh, excuse me. Next question here. From Terra. What do you think of tyranny's concept of fame and belief expanding one's magical power? So, this is actually extraordinarily common when it comes to fiction. It's just, usually it's done at the deific level. Warhammer and Warhammer 40k, Forgotten Realms, arguably Dragon Age kind of does this. Like, a lot of settings, hey, a key, have a thing where if enough people sufficiently believe in something, they actually believe in something and venerate it or whatever. Aha, now we go this way. Oh, God, no! Oh, God, they're killing me, help me! Yeah, Elder Scrolls has this too. It's a pretty common thing. Now, I'm not saying that to be dismissive. Quite the contrary. I think it's a cool idea. I wouldn't use that personally within the extant, for example, but I can see why so many people do. Thought creates reality is a fairly common narrative trope. Even Star Trek toyed with that, and then immediately got rid of it. If you're going to do something like that, go for it. The only thing I would say is try to come up with specifics as regards to the limits and rules for how it works, right? Ooh, 2 bosses. Holy crap. A steward and a jester. Or what's left of them, I guess. Primals are actually very similar to that, but a little bit different. Primals require you to actually put real, tangible, magical energy into the summoning of the idea. But once the idea is summoned, the more people that venerate and worship that thing, the more power it can gain, as it's effectively vampire leeching their ether. So, FF14 does the same concept, but a little bit more tangibly, if that makes any kind of sense. Alright. Ooh, and a parchment. Okay, so for those of you in chat who've never done this dungeon before, where do we go? What do we do? Yeah, run all the way back up is pretty much exactly what I have actually done. There's no door that I'm aware of. We can't go up there, so there's no up there. This, I know this looks like a door, but it actually isn't. It's just decor. Yep, there's another run all the way back to the beginning answer. Give up, yeah, that's a valid answer. That's not what I would do, but you can do that. So, you can just run all the way back up. Did you know, and this is when I became aware of this. Oh god, Rax, no! I'll save you! Get up! Get up! Get up! Did you know that if you hit the recall button in a dungeon, the Hearthstone button, it takes you back to the beginning of the dungeon. And there's where we use the parchment. To my knowledge, nothing tells you that anywhere in game. And I have read all those 50,000 tutorials that are in this game. And I'm pretty sure they never actually elucidated upon that. Now, we haven't been down here for a while, so let's go ahead and see what goes this way. Yeah, WoW actually has this feature and also doesn't advertise it, by the way. Which is also a sin for WoW. So, for those of you not aware, the way WoW works is anytime you leave a dungeon and then re-enter a dungeon, which you can do just from a menu, right-click, leave dungeon, right-click, re-enter dungeon, it warps you back to the current spawn point. Now, notice the way I phrase that, the current spawn point. Some dungeons, most notably later dungeons in WoW, actually have checkpoints as you're going through the dungeon. Can you fall? Oh my god, I think you can. You can! Holy crap! Sorry. So, like, for example, in some dungeons, if you do the leave and come back in thing, you won't come back at the entrance of the dungeon, you'll come back at your latest checkpoint, if that makes sense. Once again, nothing in WoW tells you that. It is not tutorialized, just like nothing in FF14 tells you can recall in a dungeon in order to go back to the beginning of it. By the way, the recall timer is 900 seconds, which I think that's 15 minutes. Something like that. That's actually relatively short, but speaking from experience, if you have actually already used that recently before doing this, that sucks. Which one, Cashel? You don't mind my asking. Or is it one I haven't done, in which case, never mind. Yeah, I don't use return like that anymore because my return is set to Doma. And Doma's not a useful place to return to. But it is a good point. If you can strategically place your return somewhere in order to lower the cost of moving around, while you're leveling, for example, setting your return spot to, what's the name of this spot? Hang on. To... Nope. Here, Horizon. In Horizon's Edge right here, so you can get to the Waking Sands relatively quickly and easily. Yep. There's also one later on, when you get to a certain point in the story, where you can set it to here, in more Revenant's Toll, where it's useful, and so forth and so on. She doesn't look that old. Or mutilated. Oh yeah, you can also send it to the Golden Saucer. That's a valid thing too. Except for Xenos, Cashel. Whoop. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna... Nah, actually I changed my mind. Let's see if we can get 2. We're not going to. Let's see if we can manage it. Well, I know this is going to shock you, Cashel, but the internet is actually wrong. What the? We're taking all sorts of AoE damage all of a sudden. Where's this coming from? Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit, I actually have a hard time seeing these damn lamps. I know they're there. I've done this fight before. But just visually, it's hard for me to see those damn things kind of cloaked in the shadows of the corners like they are. That's probably the point. Speaking of which, let's turn that off again. Alright. Meanwhile, a bunch of ads. I guess as a DPS, I will do my job, clean this crap up. Notice how... So let's actually talk about the dungeon for just a second. It's not that confusing. Not really. I've seen substantially worse dungeons in terms of confusing. I hate to keep going back to it, but Sunken Temple, back in vanilla, that's a confusing dungeon. Nevertheless, there are several aspects of this dungeon which, especially if you don't know about the return trick, and remember, nothing indicates that that trick exists, this dungeon does a little padding-y. This is a dungeon designed to be roamed through, for better and for worse. Now, in my case, my opinion, I think they didn't do a great job of that roaming aspect of the dungeon, especially since, by design, and again, unless you know about the return trick, when you get to about the end point of the dungeon, literally in terms of design, did we really? Oh, nice. I will pass on that. Literally 2 steps away, or 2 rooms away from the final room, you then have to walk all the way back up through it. And I'm just going to go demonstrate this really quick, because I want you to understand what this really means. There's a sunken temple in FF14? Real question, I don't remember that. Oh, Karn! Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, I'll say ST. Is that better? That's what we all used to call it. I mean, I'm kind of making my point here, so I'm probably not going to do it the other way around. But you see how long this is taking just going back down here. They're using a shortcut, too. And we'll walk it, because, again, we'd have to walk up. We can't just hop up, right? So we'd have to go all the way Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. We're almost... Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Almost there. Almost there. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Okay, there. And that's what you have to do if you don't know about that trick. Ironically, now we actually do have to go all the way back up because we have to go finish the dungeon. So, look at my quest for just a second. You'll notice that the quest log still says, use Duty Finder to enter Hawk Manor. That's because the trigger... I'm not sure if that'll work for the quest, Rax, which is why I'm not going to do that. The trigger for actually finishing the dungeon is hitting the thing at the end of the dungeon. Completing the dungeon is what actually triggers the quest completion. This is actually a good thing in my opinion, because it's by the nature of how they design the dungeons and the quests and the cutscenes, as we've talked about before, which they only interrupt like 4 times ever. Although now I am kind of unintentionally showing what it's like and getting across my point. I'm not willing to risk that, Rex. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. I knew it. You just want me to do this dungeon again. Okay, we're almost there. And you see my point, though? So, it's not super well laid out. It's not super well designed. It is a little confusing. Obvious effort has been put in. But regardless, whether that effort actually succeeds or not is something that is debatable. I think darkness has taken root within these halls. Sprung from the most unlikely of seeds. One cannot help but admire the irrepressible spirit that quickened it to life. Now there are 2 of them. It doesn't matter. Scene of the 12 step. It's a pleasure to meet you at last, adventure. You're every bit as intriguing as our master gave us believe. Different masks, by the way. Pay attention to that. It is no ordinary mortal who can acquire 1 crystal of light, much less 3. The crystals make you strong, and it is through that strength that the light is drawn. Heidelin chose well. A pity your existence is irreconcilable with our own. We cannot well allow you to continue upon your present course. Alas, we came here not to play, but to take the measure of your strength from Master La Brea. That task now accomplished, we take our leave of you. Fare you well, bringer of light. Dun dun dun. Thank you, everyone, for the dungeon run. Good group. Positivity, remember, that was a good run. But this is the worst mount ever. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Okay, there we go. We're good. Excuse me. Honestly, that mount's fine at FF14, but that mount frickety sucks at FF15. Ate the piss out of that mount in FF15. That's not actually a joke. God. One of my favorite jokes from the Rabtoon's take on FF15 is when he's like driving the car in. He's landing very carefully. And then he bumps over a pebble and the whole thing explodes and they all die instantly. And God, ain't that true. Anyways. Village Idiot says, how would you style my settings power armor? More 40k, or more StarCraft, or more Fallout? Yes. So, one of the things... I've had that happen on stream, Reggie. This isn't just my take on this. I can literally prove that that's happened, because that happened to me on camera. Oh, hey, happiness juice! I will be happy. Just for you. Thank you, Giga. I will drink that right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. No, yeah, that's totally how cars work. Speaking of someone who's driven since he was 11. Anyways. By the way, I'm not just holding on to all these cards. We will actually do something with these It's just, oh, hey, I didn't have that one. Holy crap. This is why I check every now and again. A lot of Alexandrian manifestos, too. Hang on, let me dump some of those. I might eventually want more Alexandrian gear, so... And those are from Savages, and I can't solo Savages. So we're just gonna bank those. There we go. Okay. Listen, I grew up kind of in the middle of nowhere, Fife, so yeah, you learned to drive early. Like, I wasn't exactly born on a farm where you'd probably start driving at 9, but... Anyway, sorry, to explain my answer a little bit, Village Idiot, before I turn in this quest. I like power armor is more of a categorization within the extant. I haven't admittedly done my full due diligence on designing and fleshing it out yet, but the idea is, you know how there's classes of ships? I intend to have classes of power armor. So yeah, all of the above, exactly. There needs to be like the mobile suit, there needs to be the jetpack suit, there needs to be the Terminator armor, which is just super cool in general. And, you know, I want to have more like a StarCraft armor, which is more of an augmenting, and blah, 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 blah. So I do intend to flesh that out at some point. I haven't yet, but the idea is to have all of the above. And... yeah, Terminator armor is just super cool, I'm sorry. Dreadnoughts are cooler, but, you know, it's kind of different. You've returned! What became of Lady Amandine? I may have killed her. So she went so far as to consort with devils. Would that I have done more to prevent her fall. May she finally find peace in the beyond. I know not whether the masked men you encounter are the same pair that first led my lady astray, but it is plain they are of the same vile brood. Should the chance ever present itself, promise me you will visit upon them tenfold the woe they have upon others. I promise. Exactly, Loke. Who am I to speak of punishment? By my silence I allowed I know not how many innocents women to die in unspeakable circumstance. It matters not wherefore. Through misplaced loyalty, or cowardice, or both, I am in a better to a gross crime. I will surrender myself to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they deem just. Listen, Rats, listen. I'm gonna... oh, hey, go... Pray return to the waking sands. You got it! I should have reset my hearth for this, instead of setting it to Doma. Whatever, it doesn't take that long, and it's only 400 gil a trip! You ask how propulsion works in the extant. You know what, can I circle back to that one? I actually have notes on that one. The relevance of the Hawk Manor to the MSQ. So, oh, right, sorry, let's review the dungeon we just went through. Hang on. Let's go to the Waking Sands, first and foremost. Because I hate this little mid-area. The footfalls suck. But, gameplay-wise, I don't think the Hawk Manor is a well-designed dungeon. I think what the Hawk Manor is them attempting to make a dungeon. An actual dungeon, which, if you're paying attention, none of the dungeons up to date have been what I would qualify as a dungeon. They have been boring and bland at best. Nevertheless, I do feel Hawk Manor is their first attempt to actually make a dungeon. I just don't really think they've succeeded at it. I'm now going to stand next to Tataru so you can understand that while she's standing on a chair, she doesn't even come up to my waist. Tataru's awesome. Gameplay-wise, I don't think Hawk deserves a full negative. I do think it deserves a partial negative. If for nothing else than for the walkback issue. I really feel like that's not good design, but I can't in good conscience give Hawk Manor a full negative. If you were paying attention, I know I was answering questions at the time, but actual thought was put into which enemies should be where. There was some approach to encounter design. It was bare bones, but it was at least there. And the bosses weren't much, so I can't say much about that, but they were inoffensive. So Hawk Manor is probably going to get an aggregate negative for the empty walkback backtracking problem, for lack of a better way to put it. Now, story-wise, this ties into what Valvadric just said. Story-wise, I don't think I can agree with that, Blade Traval. I'm sorry. I think that's more like a neutral than a aggregate positive, if that makes sense. We will discuss how other dungeons encourage exploration later, because they try a few different techniques for this over the years, but we'll get there. So, story-wise, Hawk Manor is... Yeah, exactly. What Rax says is correct. They do kind of encourage you to try out all the doors, and all they are is just extra random treasure chests, which is, I gotta be honest, even if we were at level, not really all that expensive. That's not great, right? That's not super cool. That's it, you know? But anyways, so, story-wise, MSQ related, what we just saw is yet another indicator of what the Ascians are doing. If you're paying attention, this is our third overall indicator of what the Ascians are doing. This is fulfilling the overall story structure of the MSQ at this particular juncture, this chapter we're in, which is, here's what the Garleans are, here's what the Primals are, here's what the Ascians are. This is bricklaying. They're setting down pieces to be used later for later story arcs. It's pretty threadbare. There's not much there. Nevertheless, that being stated, I do think that they did a decent job with this section. There's some decent little banter. We meet those 3 little NPCs. I don't remember their names, but each of them had their own little moments as we were trying to look through the Moitas, and that leads to Hawk Manor itself, which I've seen more atmospheric stuff, but it at least is attempting to have an atmosphere, you know? In short, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to give this an aggregate story positive for coming close to having a decent little story arc, a little mini side arc with the whole murder mystery thing. I think that there will be later dungeons, optional dungeons as it happens, which will do a substantially better job, even in ARR, with regards to the same tone. Also, dinosaurs. Okay. You know, Reggie, you need to actually come with us on one of these dungeons. I'm just saying. Yeah, exactly. They have cookies. One of these days, I need to write a story where there's some evil person who literally is just like, hey, I've got cookies. And they're like really good cookies, you know? They're like, oh, these are so good. Oh, what do I have to do? Just go mutilate some of your servants. What? Oh my god, I don't think I could do that. And then the villain just holds up the plate of cookies. Cut to... Ah! Welcome back, lore, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read this. So here's what happened. 2 of La Habrea's minions. I guess I'll read some of it. And they sought to measure your strength by their own admission. The devils taunt us. The Ascians have begun to move in earnest, that we knew to what end. I will not bemoan our plight. We are aware of the encroaching darkness. We can only do so much. We must needs alert the 3 nations of this elusive enemy. There's no shortage of misery in the world that the Ascians might exploit. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Cool. Words. Not a lot of information, but a lot of words. Ah! Titan, yes. We are on route to Titan now. Reggie, you should join us for Titan. I believe they did delay it. Oh.
Requests our assistance.
Oh my god. This gets voice acting? Okay. Sorry, all I have to say about Titan is I don't know why I find that so funny. Maelstrom. Oh, right. Yeah. So, anyways.
Concerning the kobolds they sent such copious notes on, I presume?
Yes. And no. It has more to do with their findings, which portend a peril far greater than any beast tribe.
I should probably mention that while they've done a little bit of work to establish the Ixal and the Amalja, and that's kind of it, actually. We've heard a lot about the Sahagin. You notice we've barely even seen the Sahagin. They've essentially not even mentioned the Kobold. I believe they've mentioned the Kobold 3 times total so far. So...
What sort of peril?
The worst kind. A tribe of kobolds in the vicinity of Limsa Lominsa has reawakened Titan.
Da-da-da-da.
Our task will be to slay the Primal. The Maelstrom have sworn support for the endeavor.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure the Sahagin don't really enter the narrative until the Leviathan arc.
They are no strangers to the havoc kobolds can wreak.
Years before the Grand Company's reformation, 2 primals, Leviathan and Titan, chanced to converge upon the sea wall, wreaking untold devastation. There, by the grace of the Navigator, were the mercenaries Melvib hired able to fend them off.
She says Melvib also. Do they change how they pronounce Merlwib, Weeb later on? Because that's two separate voice actresses who now say Melvib.
Yet it did not take long for the beast tribes to regroup, and they summoned their primals once more.
Thankfully, their second coming was decidedly short-lived, but that is beside the point. So long as tormented souls will them to exist, the realm will never be rid of primals.
The Maelstrom has kept a watchful eye upon the beast tribes, and the kobolds in particular, ever since.
Now, I hate to dismiss this cutscene, so skip cut. No, I'm joking. Don't click that by accident. This is actually repeat information at this point if you're paying attention. We know all this already. This is nothing new. We know about primals. We know that primals are summoned by desperate people. We know it's a bad thing. We've literally already fought one.
Which brings us to the matter at hand.
Unlike Ifrit, we know scarcely anything of Titan.
You could have started the cutscene right here, effectively. Yeah, why recap? That you get my point, right? This is a completely unnecessary recap. It's like, okay, there's another primal. Unfortunately, we don't know much about Titan. Begin cutscene right there.
Unfortunately, the only force known to have bested him, the modestly named Company of Heroes, disbanded 5 years since, and mercenaries are not in the habit of keeping chronicles.
There, see? Perfectly acceptable entrance to the cutscene right there.
Expect the worst. The Maelstrom's help is of course appreciated, but even if we had their whole armada at our disposal, we could still find ourselves overmatched. A pity the kobolds lack the gentle sensibilities of the sylphs. A peaceful resolution would be more than welcome. The echo will not avail you this time, I fear. If you are to survive, your steel must needs speak for you.
But I punch things.
No one would think you a coward were you to decline.
Except for Bob. Bob's a dick.
So you will accept? Thank you.
We can't very well send him to Limsa Lominsa without Y'shtola. Can we, Minfilia?
May I ask that of you, Y'shtola?
I never thought it in question.
Ever reliable. Very well. We will spare no effort to win victory.
Excuse me, Minfilia, this is a copyright strike for using my animation?
You may count on the full support of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and all not afield will aid the fight from afar. Thancred, Ida, go to the Grand Companies, tell them of our plight and solicit their support.
I know, right? Oh.
Send word to the students of Baldessian, and Alfino if you would. Papalimo, compile all the information we have on Titan, little though it may be.
He's named Titan. It's probably Earth-related, and he's with the Kobold. There we go.
You will be apprised of the tactical situation when you reach the sailor's ward.
Tactical situation. Ah!
Yourself for the journey. May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Now, Blade Torval does have a valid point. That's not the worst cutscene that could happen, but it's not good. At absolute best, that cutscene we just saw, which is a voice-acted cutscene, remember how few those are in ARR, is a neutral. That's nice and neutral tone too. Tactical advisory, orbital strike. That's a good point. If it was Titus, his name would be Water. Oh god. Giga? You know what? I'm not here to judge. Where am I going? To here. Oh, hold up, actually. Reggie, what do you want to bring? I agree with that, Scion. Who's this weirdo? I spit upon them. Patui. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and push Rax out. Just because I hate him that much. And that's definitely the reason and nothing else. There we go. But yeah, you'll notice how several of the scenes in the Waking Sands are, at best, not as good as they should be. And I know that's a strange, like, complaint to make. But I make that complaint because so much of the central plot is in the Waking Sands, and it's kind of irritating to get to. The reason I'm bringing this up is not to bash the Waking Sands yet again, or to bring up the meme yet again, but to point out part of why I think the Waking Sands has stuck out for so long in so many players' memories. Because it's not just a place where you go to because pray return, but also because so much blah happens there, right? It's like, oh, really? Now, there are some good scenes there. There is a good scene there, but, you know. Hail, adventurer. God, you're short. Welcome to the Maelstrom Command. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm your guest. The Kobolds have summoned Titan. Yep, okay. Uh-huh. Oh. Yep. Hey, it's Melvib, who's almost as tall as I am. Almost. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Lore. On behalf of Limsa Liminsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Lore personally. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the Kobolds plagued our people, which we know. Yep, the Company of Heroes. You literally just told me about this. Uh-huh, yep, that's great. Thank you for the speech. Can we get on with this, please? By the way, I do like Ishtola's line here. I hope you're right, yet the situation is far from simple. The Kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the Thalassocracy make a pact with the Beastmen that each would keep to their own lands, and no blood would be shed? And was it not the Laminsons who violated the agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the Beastmen for defending their homes? A good point that will basically never really be addressed. Even a pirate must reap what you sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care. I haven't given a repetition negative yet, but I think I'm going to jot down a potential for that. Because there is certainly some repetition in ARR. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it, yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies. The safety and security of Limsa Limits and Citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern. Although I'm actually completely with Y'shtola on this one. If you push someone into a corner and then they attack you, that's kind of on you, you know? Now, if they attack you with, like, a bomb or something, then yeah, you gotta deal with that. You can't let innocent people die to that. But maybe you should actually deal with that. Instead of not being a dick about it. Anyways, whatever. Alright, so, yes, go kill Titan. Yeah, sure. The fact that they have summoned Titan means they're no longer amenable to negotiation. Normally I would laugh at that, but again, remember the Titans mind control people, or the Primals mind control people. So that's actually literally true on this point. You kind of can't negotiate with Titan, and you kind of can't negotiate with mind controlled people, so... Yep, time for negotiation has passed. Where's my lightsaber? This back scratcher will have to do. Alright, I'm ready. Oh, this quest. Oh, God, I forgot about this quest. Tell me this is pared down after the patch. Oh, wow. It's just... Oh, okay, so we know where Titan is, and we have to go fight Titan. So what we're going to do... What in the hell is she wearing? What we're going to do is we're going to go... and, talk to someone from the Company of Heroes. Thank you, Tazara. Always, if you happen to know where you want that to go, please let me know. Yeah, this... So I imagine this will not be nearly as bad as it was for me. But I actually forgot about this exact quest. Like, when Valvedrix was like, here's the point at which people committed to ARR. In my mind, I was thinking, what was so bad about the Titan quest? I forgot about this. I actually put the game down for like a month at this point. About in the middle of it. I was just so sick of it. I was just like, alright. Unsub. Went back to WoW. God. We'll see how this actually is in practice. But I don't have any fond memories here. I'm pretty sure you're correct, Rex. I'm almost positive that I was being obstinate and not amenable when you were like, Lore, come on, you need to go finish ARR. I don't want to finish ARR. No, listen, Lore, you need to come back. Why? I don't want to talk to this jackass again. Speaking of this jackass. You want to say something, adventurer? Or just keep staring? Oh, you want to learn about the Company of Heroes? Ah, the price of bleeding fame. Can't a miller mill in peace no more? Not wearing that outfit. Still, seeing as you've come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, mate. Tractome was the company's best axeman. Yeah, what was it you wanted to know? Yeah, the moment the quest thing was like, hey, go talk to a Company of Heroes person, it took until that moment for me to remember. You saw me. You saw me be like, oh, this quest. It took me that long to remember this quest even existed. I say quest. Quest arc? Quest journey? Quest endurance? I don't know what to call this. Alright, you want to hear the tale of how the Company Heroes bested a Primal, do you? Let me guess. You mean that blasted Tidus, aye? Yes, they went there. Ah, if only you'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle, like legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. No, that's FF11, sir. The ground trembled with every step Tidus took. And when he hit you, boy, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Ooh, just like that. What does that look for? I'm a goddamned hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we use to beat old Titus. Yeah, actually. Wow, he is actually taller than me. Barely! And that says something for how tall I am, good God. Well, too bad, because now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, why don't you do me a favor and kill those rats that have made a nest by the windmill? You want me to go kill rats and airships, apparently. Good God. Okay. Let's go kill rats. Here we go. Obviously, no company of heroes person could ever possibly deal with an army of wharf rats. Oh, there's a Rat King! We done? Okay. Yeah, we're level 30-ish. I believe this exact quest is... Oh, give me a minute. Level 30. Yeah, this is a straight-up level 30 quest. By this point, we have become a monk or a dragoon or whatever, right? Like, we have most likely actually become our class finally. And in several cases, actually gotten our core ability. We've gotten Jump as Dragoon. I don't remember what you get on every other class, but you get the point. And, of course, you would immediately go and get your Jobstone as soon as you hit 30, right? So the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, adventurer. Save me the hassle of... never mind. Tale from the Titus Slayer. If only. He appears to be ignoring you. What? You're still asking about how we beat Titus? I don't know, adventurer. It was a pretty risky strategy. The kind only a veteran of 10 score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, I truly do. Dude. But unless you prove you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you need to be capable of slaying, say, a Gubu. Come to think of it, that's not a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here. You ought to find one nearby. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut down quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you just try heading west and go kill a Gubo? Yep, the only way we can prove we are skilled enough to kill a summoned primal is by fighting a Gubu. I think you already see where this is going. Oh, there it is. Hi. Okay. So, that's dead. I sneezed on it. By the way, I should mention, obviously I'm leveled 80 death. Please be aware that I'm speaking from experience of doing this in ARR. Actually, I think in Heavensward. These quests were not hard even at the time. I just want to make that clear. Obviously, I'm just kind of playing it up for the sake of amusement, and because it amuses me to absolutely destroy things. But even doing this at level, these quests are a joke. Those rats are nothing, and that Gubu was like a 5-second fight. So, the Gubu that was harassing the Millers is dead. Didn't think you had it in ye. Still, it took forever and a day to get the job done. I'm still not sure I should tell you our secrets. So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you got what it takes to face a Titus. Maybe if you slew, tracked him. You in here drinking again? If you are, that Gubu better be dead. It's dead, Chief. You had my word on that. Cleaved the beast's skull in two with me trusty axe, I did. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask him? He'll vouch for me. Of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Tractome who slew the Gubu, or was it you? Chief, what are you saying? It's me, Tractome, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes, legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Titus. Titus? Titus? Who in the seven hells is Titus? Some primal you fought in a drink-sodden dream? Get it? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody half-wit. Aye, well, see, Titus was what me and the lads used to call him. I mean, if you put Titus and Titan side by side, could you tell the difference? That's the biggest load of Silhagen shite I've ever heard. Both of you, outside. We'll learn the true Leminson way. Tractome, if you didn't slay that Gubu, you may consider your contract revoked. I do love his expression there. And his outfit. That's true. Oh, I gotta leave group. Hang on. Leave. Oh, hang on. Let me, I don't know. Whatever. Whoever gets it, gets it. Alright. The first person to smash their boulder will be considered the true Gubu Slayer. And don't even think about trying to kill me. That's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. Oh, whatever. Let the contest begin. Okay. Cool. I would love to kill him right now. I really would. Also, the joke music. He's also cheating. Trying to cheat. He's also left a bomb over there. I can just take out here. Nice bomb, by the way. Aw. That shouldn't have failed. Whatever. Come on. Wow, I have almost 2 full combos at level 34. I'm not even mad. I'm kind of impressed by that. Except this there, he paralyzes me. Leaves the bomb. Still slower than me. You little pissant. Alright, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes. But I'm begging you, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lesson. Honest, I have. Save your blubbering, Tractome. Gods, I shouldn't have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just... It was so awesome doing it. Sorry. I just kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treats like royalty. When I heard he was captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but then you believed me, so... His name was Weiskate. God, I don't know. His name is Bob. He'll tell you how to defeat Titus, or whatever the hell the thing's name is. That's what you wanted, right? So come on, tell the chief to forgive me. It's only fair. I don't care. I really don't. Hang on, I gotta break this rock first. Well, time to go to Costa del Sol. Yeah, by the way, we're not done yet. This is a really minor thing, but I always love how the zone line actually changes to adjust to your Z-axis like that. It's kind of a cool thing. They're really big oven mitts. I would show off beautiful Costa del Sol, but it's a little foggy right now. Slash weather, please. So this is beautiful Costa del Sol. Well, about 10 feet of it anyways. I actually don't like Costa del Sol, but there's a couple quests here which can go to hell. Including this one. Was it the crab, Reggie? Because I think that's the same one I saw. Pardon, you wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa lament. Where were you earlier, Y'shtola? Fancy yourselves heroes, then, just like in the tales. Be not so quick to judge. Long have I labored for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. He is blessed with the power that protects him from primal influence, thus he is able to lay low the Lord of Inferno. We know full well the risks and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A man who can't be tempered. Useful, but it won't be enough. It's true, the company... He has mob admits too. Who fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him, but in the end, he took some of us our very best. Our entire Dragoon platoon. Right over the edge. Even if you possess the power you claim, I've no reason to believe you will succeed. I know, that armor... I know we make fun of armor in video games a lot, but I want you to imagine someone whose giant weak point in armor is center of mass. The easiest thing to aim for, and also where your lungs and ribs and heart and stomach and liver are. Anyways. Our lives be formed. We will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. Ah, you're passionate. Like, look at that! Look at that! Right in the middle! Have fun! Anyways. You deserve better than the greeting I gave you, but I will not send you to Ogomoro on a whim. I do not wish to see you give your lives in vain. First, I demand a demonstration of your abilities. Ye gods, have you nothing? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me? If you dislike my conditions, you're welcome to find your own way into Ogomoro. It pains me, but we have no choice but to do his quest. Y'shtola, of course, is going to let me do the quests. Y'shtola, I like you. Like a lot. Like, I've got the body pillow and everything. But, like, no. Get your ass in here and help me do his stupid quests. Alright, so. Yep. A Nyx has been... Yep, okay. Yep, okay. Kill an enemy. I can do that. Let me use a herring. By the way, get it? We're using a herring to lure out another mob on this. Just hi. Wait, I'm in combat? Oh, I am. Well, okay. So let's do this. Hi. By the way, personal preference, I hate Costa del Sol's music, this song specifically. So we gotta do this while listening to this crap, too. Yeah, I killed your stupid thing. Here's its leg. Ka-kung! Lest you think me overly cautious, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A young, foolish employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served the company of heroes, but in fact he did not. Huh. Anyway, now that the pointless busywork is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents. Yep, there's a banquet now. So your job is to get ingredients for the banquet, including the wine. Oh, the wine. Okay. Please tell me they cut down the wine quest. Please. Quests. Quest journey. It'll be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live. They will guide you. You do not mean to tell me you can afford to waste time? If you do not have the endurance to complete this mission, how do you can outlast the Lord of the Crags? Die! So let's go all the way to the Black Shroud, to a place that, if we're doing this for the first time, we don't have the waypoint to. In fact, actually, you know, just to really emphasize this for just a second, hang on. If you're playing under normal circumstances and normal auspices, the closest waypoint, I'm actually going to do this, is here, Fent Branch Meadows. I'm going to show this off, and I'm going to do it on foot. Now, it's worth noting, even this is going to be faster than you would be doing this at level, because I happen to have gotten all the things that increase my mount speed. See how fast I'm moving? This is the increased... Hang on, I can show you what I'm talking about. Where's the speed thing? It's under, like, travel. Isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Mount speed. So you see how I have 2 stars and all those? That's, when you get them... So when you first get your mount, you don't have that. And then you, like, get a speed upgrade. There you go. So you get the 1 speed upgrade for doing quests, I want to say. I'm pretty sure MSQ stuff unlocks the first speed upgrade. And then there's a separate thing, which varies based on expansion, which gets you the 2nd speed upgrade. And that's this thing. That's how you can move this fast on ground. So, you know, to really, just to really make this point, just this once, we're going to try to emulate how this quest is. And yeah, I bothered to get all of those for this run specifically. I got them from one of the events, because the Moogle tombstones could also buy those. Because the Hunter rewards could go to hell, if I could just be blunt about that. This is a good time for questions. Let's see here. If I were put in charge, this is a good question from Reggie. In charge of designing one of the future jobs of FF14, how would you design it? So let me go ahead and say, first, I wouldn't. FF14 has too many jobs as is, and there is such a thing as job bloat, and that causes balancing issues. However, if you put a gun to my head, if you pulled out your lightsaber and was like, then okay, sure, what I would come up with is an alchemist. I've actually thought about this before. So the way this works is actually very similar to ninja in overall approach. The way it would work is you would have different types of abilities which would stand for different aspects of the potion. You'd have like a base, you'd have a catalyst, and you'd have a mutator, right? Which base you use, with which catalyst, with which mutator, would change what they do. The thing is, the way I would do it is I wouldn't do it esoterically. It wouldn't just be like mix herring with cod with feathers, and that gives you a heal. Rather, each thing would be designed in a way so that it's indicative of what it is. This base is a heal base. This base is a DPS base. This base is a buff base, or a buff debuff, actually. And I'd probably actually stop there. So 3 bases, okay? And then you'd have, like, something that does damage over time, or something that does a weakening effect, or something that does a magnifying effect, or something like that. And that would be your 2nd tier. And then the 3rd tier would be stuff you would unlock as you level up. So those first 2 tiers, you'd have those really early on. Like as of level 30, you'd have the ability to be like, whoosh, here's a hot, whoosh, here's a heal, whoosh, here's a dot, whoosh, here's a nuke, and then an AoE modifier as well. So you know, AoE heal, AoE dot. All of that based off of 2 buttons, if you're paying attention. So that would be, and yes, I'm kind of taking inspiration from Sage and how I would design this. We're not there yet, by the way. Then, when you get higher level, you'd start to get mutators. Mutators would be exactly what they'd sound like. Now, I don't have a lot of ideas off the top of my head. I have spent some time thinking about what I would do with these, because there are several different things you can do to mutate it to make it cool or interesting or fun, like spreading. Like, imagine you've got something that's already got a dot on. One of the mutators could be spread any existing dots or any debuffs. You know, if you have a debuff on someone that lowers their damage or makes it so that they take more damage from the party. You can hit a mutator that actually spreads that. Or maybe you can have a mutator that makes it so that anytime any of the party members attack a specific target, they get a bit of a heal. So heal, base, AoE, heal, base, and then debuff, secondary, debuff catalyst, and then heal on hit mutator. And that puts that on that boss, and now everyone's healing as they're hitting the boss. Stuff like that. That is the overall approach and design for how I would design the Alchemist. And I think that'd be legit, personally, but that's just me. That would be why they would be named in such a manner, too, Rex. Although you're right, it would be a thing to memorize. I'd love it, but, you know, what the hell do I know? If I had to come up with a basic class, I don't mean that as an insult. A class that isn't insane to design, because it is. Let's be honest, the Alchemist is a little crazy. The problem is FF14, because FF14 doesn't have great pet AI, and FF14 has terrible buff and debuff slots. We've actually already talked about that. There's literal tech limitations. Like, one of the two ideas that just jumped into my head immediately are a full buffer debuffer. Someone who is just there to serve as a magnifier for the rest of the party in order to make the party stronger and make the enemies weaker. But the problem is there's a literal debuff cap in this game, right? And there's a buff cap. So there would be only so much you could do with that, and it would be just really hard to even make that functional. And it would be hard to make that soloable, too. It would be, by necessity, something that kind of has to have a group. Now, I'd be fine with that, but, again, A full pet class, well, again, that relies on a lot of things, which I don't think the game really has the system to support. Yeah, sure, there's Summoner, but as I've actually already shown yesterday, Summoner isn't actually a pet class. It's just it is an elemental healer. It's a good elemental healer. I enjoy it. Or not healer, sorry, elemental caster. But that's what it is. Summoner is an elemental caster. It's not really a pet class. So if you got the lightsaber on my head because Rai's trying to kill me for some reason with her dragons, and you're forcing me to do this, and I have to come up with a basic class that isn't a pet class, that isn't a modifier class, that isn't an alchemist. What classes aren't represented in 14 already? I know there's Mystic Knight, but that's a paladin. Let's just be honest about that. Or Red Mage, yeah. I mean, if you want to go runic, we could kind of go that route with it. So one thing, this is an idea I've had in WoW. Because rune magic is actually a separate type of magic over in WoW. Imagine a class where you can actually do things like drop a rune on the ground, and it's effectively a trap. So you drop this rune, and while everyone's standing in it, they get heals or buffs or do more damage or whatever. And you can have a rune that you drop on the ground that does damage. You can have a rune that you drop on an enemy. You can have a rune that you drop on yourself. That's about all I got. I don't know where else to go with that. Yeah, Geomancer is literally Conjurer. Well, I'm trying to come up with a basic class here, Takoida. So yeah, it's basically a totem class. Beastmaster is too pet-focused. Necromancer is too pet-focused. So that's all I got. If those 5 answers aren't enough, then it sucks to be you. So, hi. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamantoise. Will I help you get it? Ha, you amuse me. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What the piss is wrong with you? Let me be clear. This business between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time in the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them, it was all jolly fun. Alas, Gridanians are by and large an unforgiving lot, Detto here being a rare exception. I've had to, look at her expression. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I'm seen as a model citizen, with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang you from the nearest heavens pillar. You can try! He also says he expects me to go die to go get the egg. However, there will be no other heroes. You do not need... There will be other heroes. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest or rot in the swamp. What do you mean, Von Falkenstein? Because that sounds like a buff class to me. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Although I think you mean Juggernaut, but yeah. So I think I've shown off enough about how this quest sucks. We're going to go back to destroying everything instantly at level 80. I should probably mention that that fight was a little bit more arduous than the previous two. I actually am almost positive I died on that fight at least once. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure I have in fact died on that fight. Because I think what happened is one of the Marlboros got involved. And they're level 34. The enemy was level 30. I was level 30 at this point. I thought you might have the good leave to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it... Yeah, here's your goddamn egg. Yeah, bad breath is actually pretty bad, as it should be. That's the nature of it, if you don't have the way to deal with it. The problem with a dot caster sign is the buff-debuff limit already mentioned. To make dots really worthwhile, you either have to make you have one really big dot, which is actually what they do for most classes, like the minute dot for the samurai, for example, or you have to give them a lot of dots. But you can't give them a lot of dots because the system literally can't support it, you know? Leave the egg with me, I'll see to it gets to the captain. You should head to Southern Thanolin. You need to find this other dude who's going to send you off on this other stupid quest. Now, thankfully, by this point in the quest, we've been to Southern Thanolin. Up here, actually. So we'll go ahead and kind of be legit here. Yeah, it is, Takoida. I remember the first time I discovered that just by accident. I was like, oh my god, that's broken. I can't remember what I used it against first. But whatever it was, just stopped moving, which was the petrify animation. And then just kind of died. It was really funny. Yep, this is definitely how you cross this legit. You definitely don't have to go over to this bridge. Go over here. There we go. Yep, this is the... Yep. I could see that, Von Falkenstein. That actually sounds similar to what Guild Wars 1 does in its own right. I mean, you say that, Wilbo Baggin, but imagine for a moment we come up with a dot class, right? So this dot class has... Let's use a WoW standard. 6 dots that you can keep up at a time. So that's 6 dots per character. That is that class. So if you're designing the game, you have to account for the fact that a potential minimum, a potential maximum of 12, I guess, of those are up. So what's 12 times 6? And can the game support 72 dots at the same time? That's just from the one class, too. Never mind whatever the tanks are doing or the healers are doing. Whenever you're designing stuff like that, you have to consider the ceiling and the floor. If you can't handle the ceiling, then you need to redesign something. State your business. I have the foggiest what he sees in you. Until I do, you'll receive no aid from me. Okay. Very well. You've seen your share of battle, and you did manage to obtain the egg. But that was a display of brute force and blind courage. The nun I once fought also believed that strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am none. Many years ago, I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills, instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood victory goes to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That's why I claim my position, and it's why I will not help you unproven whelp. By the way, nice attendance. I just... In case you're wondering why I'm pointing out why I dislike this old person, there's his first attendant, there's a second attendant, there's his third attendant. Equal opportunity. But honestly, screw this guy. And indeed, screw all of these people. Because they're all kind of horrible people. This company of heroes is legitimately less decent a folk than most of the actual pirates we've met. Oh, and by the way, just to really emphasize, you see this desert? Remember the desert I showed off earlier? Just look at the difference in design. But anyways. Moving on. Fine, let's use this stupid thing. I mean, I get it, it just doesn't make him any less of an asshole. Don't worry, I wouldn't kill him. I'd just rip it off. Or smash them. Sorry, I was just picturing Tifa encountering this guy and being like, oh, hello. There we go. And you just hear screaming. Walks out with a really satisfied smile on her face. What's going on, Tifa? Nothing. I actually agree with that one-winged angel. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you were there for that, but my very, very first answer to what would be your new job would be no. Tell me, is our old nemesis dead? Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly, Rex. It is a fine necklace, as befits a veteran of countless battles. The spear belonged to one of his brothers. I knew when he spied it from afar he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see it for him. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck? I don't give a damn! This has nothing to do with fighting Titan. We're in a hurry. Titan has actively been summoned, and there's an active march that's going to happen on Limsa Lominsa, and you're sending me around in the freaking desert in the middle of you having sex so I can gather materials for some frickin' feast for some rich asshole. We haven't even met him yet. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. I have to go get Welwick from worms to get delicacies for a meat for a feast. Come on! Yep, that's great. Let's go. Alright. Back to the QA thing. What would be the proper team to send after Wesker? A team of BSAA soldiers or the Avengers? I mean, you've got a bunch of normal people with guns or the Avengers. That being said, the Avengers usually deal with slightly higher tier threats, so I'd probably go with the BSAA team. No need to send Darth Vader after a couple of punk rebels, you know what I mean? Listen, Rye! Please stop killing me with your lightsaber. Malachor says, I guess that feeds into a question I could ask. Good question. It's okay. Malachor actually does ask an actual question thereafter, which is... Use item. Do I think Thrawn is evil in the EU and the AU? Okay, so that is actually a fairly complex question. So, let's start with the EU. Yes and then no. Let's start with the AU. No and then maybe. Or yes and then maybe. Sorry. I said that wrong. So to explain what I mean by that a little bit. Conch. By the way, this is another hard fight at level, while we're on the subject. So, if you read the Thrawn trilogy, the original Thrawn trilogy, Thrawn is a villain. He is evil. He is power-hungry, and he is invested in being on top And yeah, he is evil. He is rational, but he is evil. Later works in the EU would actually try to flesh him out more, and we've actually talked about this before. Generally speaking, when you flesh out, excuse me, when you flesh out a character, even a villain, they tend to become less evil because they have more layers and dimensions to them, which by definition means they're more of a person, and that tends to lead towards being less evil. So Thrawn was made less evil as he was fleshed out across the EU. By the time we got to the prequel books, which was discussing the outbound flight and all that, he was actually pretty much not a villain at that point. Now, that being said, the AU does a decent job of fleshing him out, but he is still absolutely evil there. Except some of the books in the AU do a decent job of adding layers and dimensions to him, which pull him down from being just fully evil into being more villainous. Hence, why the answer is yes and then no, and then yes and then kind of. I know that's a terrible answer, but that's what it is. So, got your frickin' worm meat for your frickin' fate. Yep, needs to be smoked. Yep. And now I need to go... deliver something for you. Some wine. Don't worry, it's not that bad. So Village Idiot says, to reword my augmentation question, how would the extant handle cell necrosis or strokes or cardiovascular failure or Fletcher syndrome? So that would be reconstruction and or engineering, I guess. I'm not sure what other word to use there. But you go in at the cellular level, you go in and you look at it. This would be technology specifically, not magic. And it's like, okay, these cells, these organs are not working right. Let's do some deep scans, try to figure out exactly what's happening and why, and then effectively replace with whatever we need to. Replace the organs if necessary, replace them with cybernetic organs if necessary. It depends on the species. Some species don't really take to technological augmentation and cybernetics all that well because they're innately magical species, and that tends to have some issues. But nevertheless, even then, that might be a possibility. Like, there's nothing preventing a Lamia from having a mechanical arm, for example. But if you get to something that has to take in ingest magic directly in order to power them, that's going to require either a Magitech device in order to operate, or a device with its own independent power source. And that causes all sorts of other issues. So at that point, it would probably be more about trying to repair it with actual tissue, rather than trying to replace it with an augmented cybernetic thing. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, Village Idiot? Excuse me. Well met. They both spoke highly of you. Funny, I don't speak highly of them. Here's your goddamn wine. Ah, my favorite. I shall have to thank the nun personally. See you around, Magister. Feel better. Headaches suck. We have one left ingredient. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Aldenard this time. It's champagne! Get the champagne. Truth be told, I never intended you to collect this last ingredient. Brayflox. Okay. Forgot about this step, too. Brayflox, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago, she sent word there's been some trouble at the Longstop and the delivery will be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident, but I fear the situation is dire. Though I'd like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to the Hidden Falls and... Oh yeah, that's the thing I was showing off earlier. You can actually see it now that the fog's not there. By the way, notice the giant Imperial battlements right next to it. Just pointing that out. It's right frickin' there. Actually, you can get to the Castrum, what is that? Ascians? Right there. Anyways. Yeah, you saw me. You saw me, right, Rex? Hey, it's Brayflox. We shall destroy. Be gone, Giga Pudding. Kick! Where's Mr. Red? Mr. Red's right here. Join me, Mr. Red, or die trying. Mr. Red cannot join me. Very well! Then we will 3-man it. Yep. Okay, that's cool. We talked to this person because they give us a boat. We have a flying mechanized thing that I can't talk right. Go, speak. We have a flying mech, so we don't need a frickin' boat. Honestly, I forgot too, Mr. Red. I thought we were going to frickin' Titan. Oh, hey. Yeah, just I mean, it's got the claws, right? Just grab the boat and... Hey, look. Brayflox. Tongue flaps of Whisket be reaching ears of Brayflox. Uplander has come for tasty fresh gobby treats, yes? Quest prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Flighty beast chased Gobbyflock from homes. Gobbyflock needs goodly Uplander, gives safety to Longstop with so much hand-lending. Do dungeon is what that means. I need a 4th. So, Mr. Red's busy. It's you, Rax. Sorry. I really forgot that it was this quickly to Brayflox. Hang on. Brayflox Longstop. So I will be going with Monk again. We're going to be healing. Looks like Reggie is going to be healing as a sage. Rax is going to be tanking. Nope, Linley is going to be tanking as a gun. I don't care that's GNB. It's gun, damn it. It's the perfect acronym. And, of course, Rax will be a Dragoon. Alright, I'm keeping track of all this stuff. And Linley, 4. There we go. Okay. Make sure I've got all this stuff out. Pull down a little bit here. Like, double check. Make sure we're at minimum eye level. Boom. Now, I have horrific memories of this dungeon, but I want to explain why. Because it's not necessarily the fact that this dungeon sucks. It's more the fact that I've done it 700 million times. So let me explain something after this cutscene. Here there be dragon. Singular. God, I forgot this was the music. So, while leveling with squadrons, 1 to 50, there's kind of set pieces. So the way it is you do Totorak 7 trillion times. And after doing Totorak 7 trillion times, you do Brayflox 7 trillion times. And then you do Stone Vigil, I think it's the 44 one, 7 trillion times. And then you're 50, right? So when you're doing squadrons, there's really only 3 dungeons you do, over and over and over, for every class that you're pushing to 50. So I've done Totorak, and Brayflox, and whatever the 40 one is, I think it's Stone Vigil. A lot. A lot. Oh my god, I have another ability. Right, no crap. Is it Darkhold? I don't know, I'll see, I'll know it when I see it. I think it's Stone Vigil. It's a frozen area. I can tell you the bosses. The first boss is this like Tyrannosaur looking, not Tyrannosaur. Sorry, it's like this lizard. It crawls on all 4s and it has an attack where it goes whinge and it just hits everything in a huge thing in front of me. And then the second boss is the jackass over to the side, and you have to hit the thing with the cannon. There's just cyclones that show up. Okay, it is Stone Vigil. God, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's Stone Vigil, but pretty sure I could do that dungeon literally in my sleep. Just because of how many times I've done it. Oh, hey, we actually have another AoE at this level. Holy crap. So yeah, those 3 dungeons. Just over and over and over. I'm gonna try to distance myself from all the trauma. It's just for fun, One-Winged Angel. And we'll see what we actually think of these dungeons upon review. I have a feeling they'll all be not positives, but we'll see if they are any negatives. So this is our first boss. The mechanic of this boss is that it comes with some adds, and it likes to do poison. By the way, there's 2 dungeons in ARR, which are the status effect dungeons. That's kind of their gimmick. They give you status effects. That's kind of it. Now, I should mention something. Those of you who've played WoW know that the Dispel in WoW dispels everything of a type. So if you had 3 magic debuffs on you, and you hit the magic Dispel on that, all 3 of those debuffs are gone, right? FF14 does not work that way. FF14 kind of flips it around a little bit. Rather than having different dispellable types, like magic, poison, and disease, instead there's just dispellable debuffs, period. But Esuna can only get rid of 1 at a time. So that's the different approach between the 2. That was it. That was the first boss. You notice we have yet to really have a lot of boss mechanics. Let's see what the question here has. So, the Q&A block. Trihexia says, do I think the ponies of Gen 4... How do I think the ponies of Gen 4 would react to the MLP ones? I'm sorry to ask this. Which one is Gen 4? I don't remember which is which. Are the deep dots actually dangerous? In this one, not so much. In the later dungeon, they will absolutely murder you. Yes. In this dungeon, I mean, we'll talk about it. The boss of this dungeon actually has a mechanic. Actually, the second boss has a mechanic too, now that I think about it. Holy crap. Actually approaching boss design. It's crazy. Not quite there. Only healers can dispel. All healers, any green class, gets Esuna. But they are the only ones who get Esuna. That's it. Do I have a favorite portrayal of dragons in fiction? What is it? And if so, what is your favorite dragon? So my favorite portrayal of dragons in fiction is my own, but that's the answer to almost every one of those questions, so let's actually ignore that for just a second. Pause. So, really quick. I just want to mention how much, I can't believe I'm saying this, how better designed this dungeon is than Hawk. In one small manner. It's a middle thing, but I wanted to talk about it really quick here. If you remember, Hawk had the little side empty rooms that you'd walk into, and you have to get the special key, and then you go in, and you get it, and blah, blah, blah. Cool. That's awful, but it's whatever. We're doing the full dungeon. We're always doing the full dungeon. Here, you have a slight little path. You can go up to the side, which is actually optional, or you can go down here. It doesn't take actually all that long to go up and go ahead and help this one little person out and get the treasure for it. It's the same function as what Hawk Manor did, but substantially less out of the way and more visually guided, I guess is the word I want to use that. It feels more natural to go up a hill to save someone than to get a key, go into a side room, and go do things and then leave it. Just wanted to comment on that very quickly. Moving on. So, obviously ignoring my own terrible, terrible story that I'll never actually get to tell, my favorite dragons are probably from Warcraft overall. That's a normal answer, if I'm being completely honest with myself. That being said, I would say... You know, I'm not actually sure if it's Forgotten Realms, but one of the D&D settings has a fairly cool approach to dragons. No, I don't mean the chromatics and the metallics. Those are whatever. You know, those are default standard dragons, which are fine, but that's whatever. No, I mean like the elemental dragons and the gemstone dragons and the, excuse me, There's others. There's, like, aspected dragons. You know, there's skull dragons, for example. There's sand dragons. Things like that. Now, that's in D&D. I'm not actually sure if that's in Forgotten Realms or not, off the top of my head, so forgive me. I don't have any of my buffs at this level, do I? That's whatever. Please stop trying to kill Brayflox. That's my job! Die, Brayflox! Oh, sorry. If I had to pick a favorite individual dragon, however, it would probably be Deathwing. Deathwing has an immutable cool factor to him, is incredibly tied into the lore of Warcraft as a whole, and has a very lengthy and complex backstory to him. Mr. Red says, how would I make a Necromancer in FF14 as opposed to one in WoW? I've actually talked about how I'd make one in WoW several times. I shan't bore you with that. As we've already discussed, I don't think I could really make a Necromancer in FF14 because A, Necromancy in FF14 isn't quite the same as it is in, you know, most other settings. I'm not even sure there is really such a thing. And B, well, we have all the design problems I've actually already mentioned. So, yeah, Reaper, sure. I was actually thinking something like a Spirit Guide would be the direction I was leading. I know everyone wants Necromancer to be dark and evil and horrible, but actually I was thinking something more along the lines of... I can't remember what they're called. Things that guide the dead to the next realm. Shepherds and caretakers of the dead, you know, that kind of a thing. Lean in that direction with it, you know. I feel like that kind of thing would fit a little better here, especially given the fact that, well, that's actually a thing in FF14. We'll talk about that later when we get to places like the Palace of the Dead. Yeah, in other words, Charon. Thank you, that's a great way to put that. Play as Charon. So, the question, though, is, of course, that's the thematic concept, that's the narrative concept, but how do you make Charon in gameplay? Now, obviously, this would feel like a healer to me. That just sounds like a healer in my book. Yeah, oops. If I were to put a finger on that. Just slap people with an oar. Whap! No, or a Valkyrie, yep. Or the Spirit Healers, which I forget what they're actually called in Warcraft. They have a proper term. So what it is you can just charge Gil to the other members of your party, and the more they pay you, the more you heal them. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. Although there is actually a boss in this game that has a Gil mechanic. We'll get there. We'll get there. I feel like this would be what I like to call a predictive healer. I'm not 100% sure how well FF14's engine can manage this kind of thing. I know this works in WoW, because there are such a things in WoW. So forgive me for just spitballing a little bit. So the way it would work is, let's say I put a heal on Linley right now, and what it does is absolutely nothing until Linley gets hit. Linley gets hit, and then something happens. Now, you can either just negate the hit, not a bubble, just straight up, the next hit doesn't happen. That's negation, right? Just straight up prevents them from being hit. Next hit, maybe actually they take the damage, but because they have now taken damage, a heal is triggered, or a hot is triggered, or maybe a buff that makes them get more healing from the next source of healing. There's a lot of ways you can go with this kind of predictive, preventative form of healing. And again, I'm not sure how much of this could work in FF14. I do know there are certain on-trigger actions which could exist. Like, for example, there's the buff that Sage uses, the bubble, which once you're hit, it reestablishes the bubble. Like, we actually talked about that yesterday. So I know that at least some of this kind of functionality can exist. I'm not sure if we can make it really fun and really do some cool creative stuff with it. I do know we can at least have the bare bones of the concept there. Alright, let's go do this without a healer. We got this. Other things you could do with that, maybe make it so that... Let me think about this for a moment. This is off the top of my head, so I don't have any prepped answers here, which is part of why I'm just floundering a little bit. Give me a second. Oh yeah, this was probably too much to pull without a healer, by the way. So this should be interesting. You get to experience wipes. Here we go. So this is what happens when you wipe. So they reset. Thank God. You hold down this button, and then you go back to the beginning. And then the shortcut pops up. Now, these didn't used to be in the game. These put you back to the last boss you killed. Roughly. So now, see, there was the boss fight we had with the little running around dragon thing. See, there's a little upper area. And so now we're back here. That's what happens when you die. Good time to show that off. I don't know. I'd have to actually put some real work and thinking into how that would work. But that's the general direction I would take if I was to do a spirit healer. Why not? Maybe make a buff where if an enemy attacks someone with that buff, there's like a huge knockback which just bounces them further away from you. So they have to then run back to you. I don't know, I'm just spitballing. I imagine there's several things you could do with that. Reggie asks, what's the worst bad breath incarnation? Probably FF7, specifically. That's just off the top of my head, of course. Excuse me. But the general idea would be, you know, hey, I'm gonna hit you with, let's see, it's poison, mini, frog, paralysis, and petrify. I believe that's everything, and that's pretty bad. No, I'm wrong. Of course, I'm an idiot. I forgot. The actual worst incarnation of bad breath is FF10. There's actually multiple types of bad breath in FF10. This is why I forgot about this. But when you start doing the optional stuff like the Omega Dungeon, you start to see the things that will just absolutely murder you in the face with bad breath as a ambush attack. That's the worst bad breath. Right there, FF10. Boss number 2. And yeah, ideally, the knockback thing would probably only work on trash. And even then, that just doesn't... I don't know. I don't know if I'd even imply that. It's a shame, though, because speaking as a tank, one of the things that I could do in... well, wow. In order to try and mitigate is to prevent the enemy from hitting me, which specifically means physically moving away from them, right? So, one of the abilities you have in WoW is you have a hup, which you can use to charge way over here. Which I have actually done as a live ability several times to make it so that the boss is not hitting me for a period of time, right? Yeah, because kiting doesn't really exist in FF14 like it does in some other MMOs. I've done this in Guild Wars 2 as well, actually, now that I think about it. Just a get away from the enemy for a period of time kind of a thing. Doesn't really apply here, I don't think, so... Maybe a pacify effect? Is that even a thing this game could do? Make it so that the enemy straight up just can't attack you for 3 seconds, you know? Maybe something like that. I don't know. Because the whole point is as a way to literally prevent damage. Not bubble, that's absorb, that is different. But a way to literally make it so the damage doesn't happen at all. I don't know. We could spitball it. Let's see, next question. Does the Empire have an Emperor? So, the answer to your question is no. However, there is a person named Emperor within the Empire. I've actually kept him, despite all the years. I've even designed him more, actually. He used to be called Knight. Get it? Anyways. If so, do they factor into the federal system? Well, again, the answer was no. Are they outside of the system? Again, no. Robo's tall. Did we fight Titan? No. We're not yet at Titan. We're currently doing the lengthy, arduous side job of leading up to Titan. Including doing a not particularly good dungeon, which admittedly has already, this is a running trend, is not as bad as I remembered. I'm not going to give a positive to this place, but I don't think it's going to be deserving of the score, and I remember for it, and again, refresh reminder, I did this place like 50,000 times, so we've got to get this cheese. Fresh reminder, this is not a joke. In the main plot right now, our goal is to free a home. Okay, so let's actually walk this back a little bit. So we need to get information in order to find Titan. That's our goal. Not to fight him. We're not getting any tactics info. We're just trying to figure out how to find Titan, okay? So we need to find Titan. In order to do that, we have to get food for a feast, because screw my life. And in order to do that, we have to get this particular cheese. In order to get this cheese, we need to help kick out a bunch of enemies that have moved into Brayflox's home, which moved in because of a giant poison dragon. You've actually already seen the poison dragon. It actually popped up in the middle of the second boss fight. But I agree, so far this is just, honestly, this is probably going to be a complete wash of a dungeon. It's like, okay, it's here. That's it. Like, there's so little to comment on here that I don't really feel the need to comment on it positive or negative wise. Although this fight kind of sucks with squadrons, but again, that's not really against the game or the dungeon, now is it? Hey, Zed Slayer. So yes, this is the aforementioned dragon. So, you ready for this? This dungeon, this boss, actually has a mechanic. This is going to be great because we're both melee, so we're going to see this mechanic in action here. And the way this works is this boss can drop a poison thing on the ground. When this boss is standing in the poison, the boss heals very quickly. That's it. That's the mechanic. Enjoy that. But it's something! It's something! You know what? This is as good a time as any to talk about the limit bar. Now, I'll show you. You'll see. It'll be really obvious because he's going to spin. He's going to spin around when he targets someone because he targets someone randomly. Yep, there it is. So he's going after the healer. That's actually great. That's perfect. So he's going to spit the poison at the healer over there. And you just get out of it. It does leave a poison debuff, because, remember, this is a debuff dungeon. We already talked about that. This is a poison dragon. And, limit break. So, I actually don't know the exact mechanics of the limit bar. I used to. But then they changed it on me. I do know that the number of people in your group contribute to your limit bar. So, we have 4 man. We can only ever have 2. There we go. Got it out in time. Right. Each duplicate class slows down the limit bar's generation. The attacks you're doing, actually the ability usage you're doing. Whoops, that's way too close. That's on me. Sorry. I was gesturing. My hand was off the mouse. I apologize. You're going to have to move them. Or you could use a limit break. As a monk, let me pull up my giant sword. There we go. There we go. Each different class increases the speed of the limit breaks generation. Unless you're in, I believe, certain specific raids, you cannot have a 3 limit break thing. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's true across the board, but don't quote me on that. So for dungeons, you only ever have the 2 limit break bar, which is what you see up there. In most of these dungeons and raids, those limit breaks empty after you after you pull a boss. So there's no reason not to burn it once you actually get to a boss. There are some specific fights which are designed around limit breaks, Alexander, and those fights actually have unique separate mechanics that absolutely spam through the limit break bar very, very quickly to fill it so that you can, you know, you can do the mechanics. But the way limit breaks work is there's the 1, there's the 2, and the 3. Now, the 1 and the 2 are exactly what they look like. For the tank, you should never use 1 or 2 limit break. For a healer, you should probably never use the 1 or 2 limit break. All the tank does is mitigate a little bit, and all the healer ones do is heal a little bit. That's it. It's a waste of everything. For a DPS, your 1 limit, you just saw me do. It's Braver. Every melee DPS has the same thing. It's Braver. Funk, funk, funk. It's a decent-sized hit. The level 2 one is a bigger hit. The level 3 one is an absolutely huge hit. For ranged, it depends. Ranged, some of them have the line attack, which hits in a line in front of you. Some of them have the giant AoE, which hits everything within the AoE. Generally speaking, how you use a limit break depends entirely on the specific circumstances, because you'll notice I didn't mention the level 3 healer or tank limit break. The level 3 tank limit break says everyone in the party stops taking damage for like 10 seconds or something like that. Now, that's actually required on certain fights, Alexander, but other than that, is generally speaking not worth using. So, site-specific. The healer one instantly heals and reses everyone to full within your party. This is extraordinarily useful and has literally pulled away from wipes on several occasions, because you can pull up the... If the healer's the person left alive and has the limit break, they can pull that up and just everyone gets refreshed to full. Also, sorry, thank you for reminding me, it also gets rid of your weaken debuff, which we'll talk about later. So the healer level 3 limit break is extraordinarily powerful. It is the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. It's one of the reasons several people, myself included, have a bad habit of not using the DPS limit break, because we're saving it in case the healer needs it. Now, I've gotten a little bit out of that habit over the years, because, again, it depends. If you're doing real content, if you're doing actually difficult stuff, you should probably go ahead and save the limit break for the healer just in case you need it, especially if you're still learning a fight. But under most circumstances, those limit breaks should go to the DPS, and frankly, generally speaking, it should go to the melee DPS, who's going to do more damage on a single target. But remember, limit breaks go away on bosses, so using it to pull is a great thing to do. I'll actually point out this example later, but in the World of Darkness raid, there's a specific mini-boss, where there's a mini-boss, and then there's a line of 3 portals, and another line of 3 portals over here. Using the ranged limit break on those 3 portals is a great way to just kill them, so all the other DPS can focus on the other 3 portals. It's another tool in the kit. The problem with limit breaks is that anyone in the party can use it. And that's the problem with limit breaks. Now, in a coordinated party, it's an awesome additional tool at the party's disposal in order to deal with the encounter. In pugs, well, first come, first serve. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Talk to Brayflox. Hey! Fixed it. Give me my cheese. Goodly Uplander has thanks of Gobbyflock. I'll never regret this decision. Blighty Beast was tricksy foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has goodly head for fighty think. Brayflox happy gives tasty fresh gobby treats to clever Uplander. Cheese is stinky sweet gobby treat, special make with secret gobby arts. No party complete without gobby gouda, Brayflox ever say. Thanks. And yeah, so, excuse me, that's why I had to pause and actually talk about the limit break system, because it's actually more in-depth than, honestly, I would imagine most average players are even aware of. I can just warp here, can't I? Yeah, I can. Ideally, let's also add one other thing to the limit break thing. If the limit break is never used, it's wasted. This is one of the reasons why one of the most common things you'll see limit break usage, especially in roulettes, is when the boss is at 10% health, one of the DPSs will probably burn it. I will do that. Yeah, it's use it or lose it. That's it. Make it happen. Anyways, I gather you solved Brayflox's little problem. Yeah, here, have your frickin' cheese. The pungent odor of this hard yellow cheese veined with blue-green mold is most comparable to the warm, damp boot of a zombie after stepping in ripe chocobo dung. Goblins claim it's a delicacy, but then again they have masks to filter out the aroma. You're welcome. This is definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, it should be quite flavorful. How is it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. I should probably mention something. Valvatrix already mentioned this, but I gotta re-emphasize this. We're trying to find Titan. He's right here. Now, obviously I know that because I've played this game before, but let me clarify. This is the old Gamaro mine. Excuse me, old Gamaro. There we go. This is the goblin, or excuse me, the kobold home. They have a fortress here. I know you can't tell from the map, but they have a freaking fortress here. This is their territory. And we're trying to figure out where Titan is. Now, I know we're trying to find a back entrance for some goddamn reason. But... thanks to you, our guest shall be honored with a marvelous banquet. But, what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Go get some wine. See, I get what you're saying, Pillars of Snow, and I get that you're trying to defend this terrible, terrible quest line, but you're failing. I just need to be 100% blunt about that. This is so goddamn stupid. Even if this is being done for a valid cause, which is debatable, but even if this is being done for a valid cause, because Pillars of Snow is right, let's report this as is, we are trying to find a secret back entrance so we can go in and basically assassinate Titan. This story is going out of its way to metaphorically punch the player over and over and over by being belittling and demeaning and forcing us to do nonsense quests for the sake of going and getting ingredients for a feast for some rich asshole. It is quite literally rubbing our face in it. So the quests are being deliberately irritating. We all know what we think about things that are deliberately irritating. Oh yeah, and a dungeon. We did an entire dungeon to get some cheese. So, that being said, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. I would like some wine, please. Now, I'm almost positive this exact quests, had several steps removed. Confirm, deny. Because I remember this one. Good lord, I remember this one. Okay. Yes, Costa del Sol. The unmistakable odor of goblin cheese. Master Gigaruju would not settle for anything less than the best. So, an exotic feast. Perhaps you're confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he's blind. I actually kind of like Shamani, by the way. He is forced to compensate in other ways. But I suspect you've no interest in my affairs. You'd be wrong. You wish to only discuss the wine. Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire I could pursue it as more than a mere hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary. Mercenary work can pay pretty well, after all. Say what you will about the nature of work, none can deny that it pays well. I was going to say, there's actually very, very, very few mandatory dungeons. In fact, I have a list somewhere. It's over here, I think. Yep, there it is. Stone Vigil. That's actually it. We're going to do Titan, Stone Vigil, Garuda, Cape Westwind. That'll be fun. And then the MSQQ. But that's going to take a minute. So let me pull up this, and then this. You grow impatient. The Whiskat must have his wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for the occasion. The best vintages in town are hoarded by that guy, Bob, who owns and operates the largest vineyard in Vilebrand. Somehow I doubt he'll be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his assistance. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of optional dungeons. We're probably going to get a wrecking crew going and just kind of start smashing dungeons out of the way. But before we do all that, the hero of the hour. The grapes. Okay, we're done. What rank amateur bottled this vine? Okay, I gotta get the right voice here, sorry. The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. Dismissal is too good for this man responsible. He should be made to drink every drop of this polluted swill. What is it? I am in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. Huh? That neophyte Vinter bids you speak with me? Ha! Neither you nor the friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. Oh my arm has just been ripped off. It's so strange. Oh, I need a drink. I would sooner serve you Gubu urine than sell you my worst vintage. I don't think my boss would tell the difference, to be honest with you. I mean, he's having goblin cheese. Why is my head on fire? I'm so confused right now. I take it he said no? Really, in those words? I can't say I'm surprised. While there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa Lominsa is not known for his tact. Or his head, apparently. Very well, we shall have to take an alternative approach. Okay. There's a chance, however small, another resident of Wineport can furnish us with a suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Long ago, the vignerons of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, as they used to produce vintages which surpassed all others. This includes the most aromatic, most complex, most flavorful of all wines, the legendary Bacchus wine. Okay. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. Is there a wine person in chat? Because I can barely tell the difference between wines, to be honest with you. I transcended my mortal flesh. I was one with all of creation. But as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. If we cannot convince him to part with his wines, our next best bet is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus wine and offer them every gill we can spare. I've heard rumors that one of the vignerons tending the vineyards might have owned a bottle. Okay. Sure, let's go find a bottle of wine that can't be made anymore, because the method by which making it was destroyed by Bahamut. Thanks, Bahamut! Okay, Saurian. Oh, that sounds like a negative to story for me. Also, the next game we're playing is Elden Ring, but I get what you mean. So, Bacchus wine, don't remind me. I used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and elephants. Never counted on a primal blowing up my house. Right, right. Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish. I never had a chance to try it. Now, whale wine. That's the good stuff right there. Made with real whale milk. Alright, Bacchus wine would have been perfect. Alas! I confess my certitude could be in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Agomero, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time I realized there was so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. That's actually kind of cool. Like I said, I like Shamani. It breaks my heart to think that wondrous ambrosia, which once filled me with hope, is forever lost to us. Okay, I'll be honest. Help me out here, Tara. How have I just made an immature joke? I'm actually curious. What I said was immature. But that I said was immature. I must say this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. Have no fear, I shall find a suitable solution. In the meantime, 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled across Vilbrand as a vagabond, drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die, because we have to have our daily YouTube-mandated suicide. It was there that a man named Drest took me in and nursed me back to health, and who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine. This wine is of my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered it to him in my stead. Drest sometimes work at the Raincatcher, so you can find him there. Okay. So, for those of you not aware, whales are mammals and have milk. In fact, whale milk is known to be extremely sour, to the point where it's actually unpleasant to drink, which was the thrust of the joke. You know, we've made this wine from real whale milk. Oh god, it's terrible! Because, you know what, never mind. There's too many steps for this joke. The point is, alcohol sucks. Moving on. Oh, you mean the hermit? Ah, I toss him a few gil when I need a pair of hands. Doesn't talk about himself, and I sure as hell don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone. I say, if you've got a mind to find him, though, head southwest to the Servant String. This is a good time to answer questions. Let's see here. Apparently it didn't delete it the last... Hang on. Where are we at? Where are we at? We're up here. There we go. How recognizable would the Warcraft setting be if Ashara never encountered Sargeras? So we have a concept called a sea change. It refers to substantial, huge changes in direction for something, whether it's a game or a story or world or whatever. But there's actually a step above that, which I don't think there's an official term for. Let's call it planetary change. That would be a planetary change. I'm not sure that it would even be Warcraft at that point. That would be so fundamentally different, because the Legion would have never found Azeroth, which would have never meant anything would have ever happened ever. Which, yeah, that's just... I don't think it would be even remotely the same setting. Entire species would not exist within this setting in that case. Do I think Marty took Biff's waffet? I think he took his wallet. Would you rather accept a quest from the Guild of Adventurers or that one guy who was imitating the Guild of Adventurers? Oh, the imitator, absolutely. Are you sure you aren't a primal of retribution? I mean... Listen, I'm not into revenge. Yeah, no splitting of the continents, no orcs, probably no blood elves, and Nightborn. Who knows what would have happened to the trolls, because the major events that led to the downfall of the troll empires never happened. So the trolls might have actually been able to eventually push back against the night elves. Just, good lord, the amount of changes, it's monumental to think about. But anyways, if I was forced to, and death wasn't an option, I would kill myself! Modified giants, actually, my Kamano. They were mutated Vrykul, who themselves were suffering from a curse, which prevented them from their true iron-bound forms. So if I was forced to, and have killed myself, but after I've died, someone asked me the question, just as a curiosity, and it's not actually going to happen, now that I'm dead, which primal would I choose to be enthralled by? Obviously, Tsukuyomi... Oh, I don't know how to pronounce it. How do you pronounce it? Tsukuyomi? Tsukuyomi? Shoot, hang on. Trials. Stormblood. No. 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 I think those are the four lords. Oh, there it is. Tsukuyomi. I was actually pretty close. Anyways, I am joking. I have to joke about that at least once. The real answer would be the goddess, which I think is also Stormblood. It makes sense, Tara. No. Real talk. I mean, you're basically asking me which fate worse than death that I would accept here, and it's kind of a weird question, you know? God, I don't know. I did, Tara. I actually answered it a bit ago. Sorry, I didn't realize you weren't here for it. The Knights of the Round. No. God, no. Oh yeah, Leviathan would be terrible. All of them would be terrible. Even Ramu, we see what happens to the temperate sylphs, right? Like that's awful. You know what? Flip a coin. I can't pick one. They're all terrible. The end. That's my answer. What do you want? I brought you some wine. Didn't ask for this. Who sent you? Get yourself together, people. Person. Can't sleep. They won't let me sleep. The midges. The buzzing. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I don't want the fort. I want the fort. Excuse me? Why are these spread out across this area? Why is there no music playing? It's daytime. So, this isn't a negative. But there is one very minor thing I really wish this game would straight up steal from WoW. There's actually a toggle in the menus options of WoW, which effectively means allow you to dismount by using an ability. So, for example, let's say I run up to, let's pretend this fire is an enemy, and I can just run up to this fire and hit Z, my AoE, or target it and hit 1, my attack, and the game immediately dismounts me in the act of the attack. Now, the reason that's a toggle, if you're wondering, is flying exists in WoW. So if you're up here and you accidentally type 1, well, you know, nevertheless, it's an awesome option. I know this sounds like such a minor thing, but we talk a lot about seconds and minutes. Being able to just move in and out of combat that fluidly is actually pretty legit. I'm not sure if that's possible at FF14. I know there's a lot of weirdness for how mounts work at FF14. Like, you have to dismount to even talk to someone, you know? So, I'm not sure if that's something that is even feasible. It's not so loud. Did you do that? Thank you. You helped me, even after what my comrades and I did to your country. No, I did not know that, Trihexia. Now, if they released the original Warcraft 3 for free on Battle.net, that would be nice. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the Maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others... no one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even Garlean. They conquered my lands just like they tried to conquer yours. I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. Welcome to the only good part of this story arc, by the way. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Earlier today at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If I place it in coconut shells and store it for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine. It should be ready now. I left 3 shells out there. Please take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope someday to do the same. Yeah, this is, believe it or not, this is probably the only part of this whole story arc that isn't just filler. Because let's be clear, the reason this is going to be a negative to story is because this arc is true filler. Unlike almost every other quest we've had so far, which has had at least some purpose in terms of establishment, or in terms of building up world, or something, almost this entire arc has been straight up filler. Except for this tiny little tidbit and the insight in what it means to be a conscript. By the way, this is what I was talking about earlier with the bug. You notice I'm just walking, even though I never actually hit the walk button. You have to stop and then move again in order to be able to move at full speed. I think it's the first time that's happened on camera so far. Just wanted to show that off here. It's actually happened twice since I've been in here, consequently. That is, in fact, a bug. I suspect it has to do with server ticks. Because your movement speed gets locked to what is effectively walking speed. It's extremely inconsistent because it's based... I theorize it is based on the server tick, which is something irregardless of what you are doing, because irregardless is a word. And yeah, I've noticed it's gotten less bad. It used to be so regular. You should know this. I have streamed FF14 before, and that happened with great regularity. Like, to the point where it was more normal to get that bug than not. So they've done something to smooth that out, somewhere along the lines. So, I brought you some palm wine. If brewed for too long, can cause the loss of eyesight or even death. Okay. I did recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking, a simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We're not so different, Drest and I, 2 men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry he's been alone with his thoughts for too long. It's past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him. You're welcome. Unfortunately, I still need to get some goddamn wine. God, Lord, listen, I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business. You have no idea. But I've discovered something extraordinary about Drest's palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf. A leaf with a very distinct shape and unusual color. I thought I was going mad, but now I'm certain these leaves are of Bacchus grapevine. You know what that means? Somewhere in the Raincatcher Gully, the legendary vine still grows. If we can attain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. I want 10%. 10%, non-negotiable. It'll be fine, Reggie Brock. We have to go revive the wine industry in Limsa Limensa. That actually is extraordinarily generous, but I don't care that much. I just want a reliable and decent source of income in order to be able to redirect into other features, because I'm the one who is both able to find and procure it. Booze. Booze is important. Yeah, so Bacchus leaf? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I only chose it because it's pretty. I didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut. No comment. I swear one of these days we'll actually get to Titan, Reggie. I'm not actually sure how far we are from it. Oh, there we go. By the way, this is the Juggernaut. This is actually a fallen Garlean airship. Or air gunship, whatever you want to call that. We've actually seen a few of these already. They still use them a bit. But I'm only showing this off so you get a bit of an idea of the scale of these things. But yes, this is the dungeon mount from the dungeon we're not going to talk about, because spoilers, at the end of Stormblood. I am very grateful to several people who helped me run that stupid place quite a few times in order to get this dumb thing. Oh, we're going back up here, aren't we? I'll just do this. Come on! Oh my god. I can't click. There we go. So, got you a vine. 10%. I was right. The smell, the texture I held in my hands, a Bacchus grain vine, grop glambaglam. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your Oh, sorry, this is the asshole. Come now, enough of this. He's even got a Hitler mustache. I've heard of talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe a common adventurer and a novice Vinter could... Oh my god, my other arm has just been ripped off! This is fascinating. You would offer this to me, but why? 10%. There's none in better position to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. And that's why Shimani's awesome. I never knew you cared so deeply about the craft. Thank you, good sir. I would not squander this gift. In just a few times, I swear every tavern will be clamoring for a cask of Wineport's legendary Bacchus wine. Yes. Oh my. Wait, the shape of the bottle, the scent of the label. This, you couldn't possibly be a 1547 Bacchus? This is impossible. This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collect. Is that... What is that? Do you see that? What is that? Yep, nope, it's not my monitor. Do you see the red flickering dot that looks like a bad pixel? Like, there's his forehead, and then his hair goes out a little bit, and before it starts carving in, go out a couple of inches, and there's like this just big red dot right in front of him. Like the... Are we in a simulation? Have I just seen a dead pixel? Oh god, it's Dalamud 2.0! Run! Run! Oh god! Jesus. We need to hurry and kill Titan. By which I mean get more wine. So, yes, I've gotten your goddamn Omega Ultra Super Rare Wine of Doom. Yes, we had Dalamud. This is Dalamut. Oh my god, it was just Mr. Red and Bragman. That was what it was. Actually, is it still there? No, it's still there. Yeah, it's a little more obvious. Center screen. I can't zoom it in. Are there any others? I'm curious. There's a couple like yellow and green ones, but I don't see any red ones. Interesting. Yeah, there's just a red one right there. Lavos is real! The next game will actually be just called The Waking Sands. Robo's Tall says, you know what I love in FF14? Triple Triad Imperials who are just slacking off. I mean... that would be really funny, Rax. If it just starts getting bigger, I'm just gonna say I freaking called it. You saw it right here. You saw it right here. Where was? There it is. It's south. It's almost dead south. So that... whoop, whoop, whoop. That's the direction. Hey, Ishtola. I thought it fitting I seek you out and offer my gratitude for all you've accomplished. You're welcome. I'm still going to kill everything in the universe, but, you know, when I burn Costa del Sol to the ground and drown it in the ocean, I'll ask you to move first. Your prolonged absence is beginning to concern me. I'm gonna hit you! Seven hells, a 1547 Bacchus. Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you, but congratulations! Considering the lengths you went to, I hope the guests appreciate it. So, I'm not going to give this multiple negatives. I think that's being mean. But honestly, this is absolutely a negative to story. This is nonsense. And with one exception, this is straight up filler. It's the beach episode. And beach episodes can work. I enjoy a good beach episode. This is not a good beach episode. I'm also going to give a negative to gameplay. I was actually debating this a little bit. But if these were interesting or fun quests, this is what actually pushed me into the line. I wouldn't hesitate to give these quests a positive. What are you doing, Zetslayer? But these honestly are some of the least well-designed quests we've encountered so far from a gameplay axis. Like, honestly, think about how many times I was warping around and using my flying mech in order to try and make this. Think about how much backtracking these quests have. There's been a little bit of backtracking in some of the quests, but this section has a huge amount of backtracking. And not the good kind. Literally just the, go here. Go here. Go here. Hang on, one more. You get the idea. Okay. We did it, though. We're done. Titan? You have the look of a man who's been to the 7th hell and back. Y'shtola? That a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in his own honor. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I should have accepted my role with a lot less grace. I am many things, but I am not graceful. Love the shark. Lady Y'shtola, Sir Runner. Hello. 1,000 pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity. Had I known, I would have never permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable ordeals. Yeah, that's about me right now. Come now, he must have sensed something was amiss. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Spare me a mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment. And unlike me, Lore has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you would do so good as to enlighten him? There's no sense in hiding it. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath. That any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by reputation, but by deeds. Each man would judge these would-be godslayers by his own criteria. If even one found him wanting, he would be rejected without second thought. But if he proved himself worthy, we swore we would do our utmost to support his cause. That's why we sent you to do nonsense, stupid, boring, backtracky, filler quests for the last hour and a half, or however long it's actually been. Like, okay, I get the intent, but you're stupid. This is like saying, the only way I'll ever accept you as a warrior is if you clean my toilet. Could you give it... What? Yes, I'm brave. And I'm skilled, apparently. I am a kind and generous soul. Shimani's cool. I am apparently a tricksy foe. Yep, that's cool. Can I please go kill Titan? By the way, I would like to make a personal request. I did this wrong. I'm actually going to go to Titan as a Dragoon. Actually, maybe I won't. I'll check something out. But anyways. What are you smiling at, Y'shtola? Oh my god. Hang on. Dragoon. What level's Titan? Oh, we have to show that off. 34. Alright. Damn! We get it at 35. I was gonna show off this. We can show it off in the 50 version, I suppose. Alright, back to being a monk. Back to being a monk. Is there... What are you doing? Are you dancing? Oh, you're dancing for him. Okay, I actually honestly didn't even see him there. I was wondering, who are you dancing for? Congratulations, now enjoy the show. Yeah, no, I need to kill Titan! Have you... Okay, fine, whatever. Thanks. We are all the classes, Richard. All of them! But right now we're a monk. I need to kill Titan. Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehend its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. That's pretty good. Thanks. When you face the Lord of Crags, think not of Limsa, Laminsa, or Eorzea, or anything beyond his chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them! Fight for them as they leap over the edge! Sorry. Or are knocked over the edge. Goodly Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fighty think. Gobby Flock cannot be coming to rescue this time. You! Okay, whatever. Lore, you brave fool. Promise me when you meet Titan, you look him in the eye and tell him Landonell sends his regards. I promise no such thing. You are a veteran of countless battles, Lore. This is but one more. Trust in your experience and you will prevail. Yeah, I've killed Titan a lot. In fact, I've killed Eden Titan. Much harder fight, by the way. Better. Fun fight, but ooh. You are blessed with the fortitude to rival the Earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think. Yes, we will break the Earthbreaker. You are kind to indulge them. This banquet is as much for the company as it's for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan has yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. I promise I will punch Titan in the stupid face. Oh, dude, I would totally kill Titan with donuts. That would be funny, actually. Titan's like, oh, ooh, what's this? Ooh, these are, can I have some more of these? Diabetes, thunk. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes, travel to Bronze Lake. Give this signal. Then he will appear to you on this fourth location, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sure. Listen, this is literally a beach resort. What do you... She has, you know, she's got a lot in her mind. She's... You know, she's tired. I don't frickin' know. Yeah, Titan's like, why does that adventurer look so angry? You have no idea what I've done to get here. I will mention, per what Pillars of Snow mentioned earlier about how we can't just, you know, kick in the front door. We also probably don't want to. We're kind of trying to do this with a minimal loss of life. We don't want to start a war with the Kobolds. We want to kill Titan. That is a different thing, so... It's another reason we're putting up with all this nonsense. Yeah, flying behemoths are just kind of weird. I don't like the behemoth mount in general, but... Exactly, Reggie. If we just charged through, the survivors would almost assuredly just resummon him. And they never resummon Titan. So, yes. Tell me how do. I think we're literally right about there. So is this our group for Titan? Because, yeah, we're there. Years ago, when we were weighing how to see Titans, one of our scouts stumbled across this beast-man, Aetheryte. What's that? Not familiar with them? He speaks of an unamplified Aetheryte which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between the Aetherites and those which you have used on countless occasions. Remember, those Aetherites we can teleport between, that's actually in lore. So if we gain attunement and access to someone's Aetherite, we can just teleport right into them. But of course, the trick is getting that access and then getting it out intact, which is what the intel we're about to gain is. This is why this is so valuable. We're about to gain the ability to literally teleport into the very center of the Kobold Fortress because we can teleport to their aetheryte. This is a cool idea that they don't really do anything with, but this could be a whole thing. And it isn't. Anyways, tunnels beneath Agomoro form a bewildering labyrinth no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I've long pondered. We weren't daft to try and go in the front. Who would do that? The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step. The next thing you know, you've got tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try. Funny thing is, kobolds didn't seem to have no trouble finding their way around, and that got us thinking. I mean, Agomoro rights are like a bleeding city, right? Getting around that city would be a good pain in the ass if you didn't have an aetheryte. So, even if there were aetheryte shards in the depths, you would have to attune yourselves to them before you can identify their signatures within the livestream. Ah, there's where you're wrong. We had the Charlayan bloke who helped us, delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it wasn't anything any Charlayan scholar worth her salt couldn't manage. Did he now? Humph. Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the aetherytes... But in order to guide a traveler, the second... It's possible, in theory, but I'm not willing to be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend upon whether or not I am worth my salt. Oh, you are, lass. Don't worry about that. I mean, she is. As I said earlier, Y'shtola is one of our scholars of the group, of the party. Mr. Red says he'd like to do Titan. Yeah, Westwind's going to be our first 8-man. And then we'll have 2 other 8-mans pretty much right in a row. Go ahead and grab... Oh, I'm not... No, I am party lead. Hang on. Mr. Red. Hey, look. Aetheryte. Please don't aggro me while I'm doing this. Well, we need a healer. Actually, I guess we probably don't need a healer, but... Remember to take off your accessories, Mr. Red. It is as Papalimos speculated. In its present state, this aetheryte signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my energy to amplify it. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention, so I can't help you with the fight. You will have to go in, and I must needs remain here and supplement the beacon's power, lest you be denied your only path of escape. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible I may be able to stabilize its signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such time, you will be on your own. Remember, we're about to go fight Titan in lore alone. Just like Ifrit in lore. And I keep emphasizing that because the game bounces back and forth between whether or not we have a group or whether we're solo. Like, they've actually mentioned we gather a group of helpers for the dungeons, but for the trials, it's just us. So far. The navel. Alright. So make sure to unequip all my stuff. Unequip, 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 unequip. Make sure we're at minimum, which we are. Down to the navel. It'll let me... Oh, there we go, that's fine. Ooh. There we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Sorry. Yes, today is Monk Day. Look, an Overdweller, yes, an invader from above. He uses our aetheryte against us. He has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary. Trespassed. Violated. Defiled. Overdwellers must leave. Overdwellers must fly. Brothers and sisters, fear him not. His fate shall be decided by the Lord of the Crags. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the Covenant. You shall be first to face judgment. Then Limsa Lominsa and her oathbreakers, liars, betrayers, and oathbreakers. He looks just like Titus. Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? The vile kind coveteth the ever the blessing of the land, and murdereth my children by the score, all in service to greed. Such sins are beyond pardon. Ah, but I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low. Godless Overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak a terrible vengeance. Alright, so, first attempt. Can we actually walk off now? Oh, we can't. So, let's kind of deliberately fail the first attempt. Yeah, I believe this is Suzako's. So we have to get to our first phase transition. So he jumps up. This red barrier shows up. The closer you are to the middle, the more it hurts. But now the edges are gone. Oh no, God! Ah! Ugh. You got this, Rax. The Dragoon shall carry the day. See that attack? That attack is a knockback. By the way, you can't be rezzed. So, this sucks. Now, Rax and I actually had a discussion about this some time ago. But I wanted to show that off specifically because you can't be rezzed. Now, in every other situation where there's a boss fight where you can fall off and die, there's a possibility of recovery. Not here. You fall off, you're out of the fight. The end. That's it. Now, that's bad enough in its own right, but hang on, let's actually talk about this guy's mechanics, because he does actually have mechanics. So, this is the first one. He hits harder in the middle. He does less damage on the outside, so you want to be as close to the edge as possible without actually getting knocked off. Relatively simple. That attack right there, you see how quick that goes through? We actually talked about this yesterday when we were talking about snapshots. This sucker's snapshots kind of suck. I would honestly, legitimately argue that this guy's snapshots are badly designed. Because the timing is just off of what it looks like it should be. And it's much easier than it should be. Yeah, and yeah, when the game was actually laggier, I can speak personally to how much harder it was to dodge that line attack he does. Because that sucker is a knockback. A knockback knocks you off. If you're knocked off, you're out of the fight. He also does this little jail attack. Everyone else has to break you out of that. We actually already saw that mechanic in the Brayflox. Briefly. Then he pulls out his heart, which we shatter, and then we move out. Once again to about... Oh, no, not yet, sorry. First he does this. Sorry, I forgot about this phase. Big ol' unavoidable. This. I guess he doesn't do it in this version? Whatever. There's those things. You notice how I barely had time to get out of those? Those hit pretty hard, and they spawn on you. So, like, I'm going to deliberately stand on Rax to kind of demonstrate something here. If he lives long enough for us to do this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, that's me. Okay, that's okay, that's okay. jailed in a second. Oh, that's bad. By the way, that, if you get moved out of the jail when that knockback happens, which I have seen happen, guess what happens to you? Okay, so you saw it for a second there. Do you see how those layer on each other? Each one of those does its own damage. So whatever that attack is called, when he just smashes the ground and the little circle hits, those things hurt and they stack. This is much harder in the 8-man version to deal with. Yeah, kill Titan. Now, I will say that this is not as bad as I remember it, and there's another version we'll be fighting later. But I would like to argue that even though that is probably the first boss fight in the entire game, not counting optional stuff, to actually have legit mechanics to it, it's so clear they're still getting used to the concept, because his mechanics honestly kind of suck. And I honestly feel that in addition to not being super well designed, it's too binary. Do it right, or you're out of the fight. And I don't think that's good design, so I'm going to argue for a negative for the Titan fight. Cease your aggression, or there will be peace. Yeah, Admiral. Please stop encroaching on their lands. Hi, Nero. Now, these are the readings one would expect of an icon. I've seen enough. We proceed as planned. Okay, boss. They have the trust in mine. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. Why, if there is truth to the legends, it could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea. Is that not so? It is. No single greater power has ever been conceived, much less realized. Hi, La Habrea. What you say may well be true, but while certain such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of the war. Oh, but they will. Have faith. I cannot endorse this course of action. I actually like his shield guns. And now he has a fourth. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Far though you have come, your work is far from done. Hi, Y'shtola. And not remaining to mark his passing. Well, the Ascians are nothing if not elusive. It is of little wonder they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will. But that they would choose to consult with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? Well, I mean, what would the Ascians and the Empire have anything to do with each other? Hi, Y'shtola. I'll agree with that, Primarch. See, the thing that's really pushing this down isn't just the bad design of the fight, it's specifically the binary difficulty, which I'm never in favor of binary difficulty. But, that being said, I can agree that it's much easier to avoid getting knocked back in this exact version of the fight we just did than it used to be. So I'll go ahead and give Titan an aggregate negative. We actually already are building an aggregate negative, so I'll just put it into that. I fear I might have arrived too late, but I see you had the matter well in hand. I have taken measures to ensure we are not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they will hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I will follow anon. There's something I must investigate before I depart. I will teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run. Has nothing to do with Zelda. And we will rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed? Okay. Teleport me, Y'shtola. Teleport me! Wait, no, me! No, shoot. And she's gone. No! were too good for this world. Are you still alive? Did you die? Did you not die? I didn't see a death happen. What the hell? That's just confusing. But actually, that's kind of cool, now that I think about that. To my knowledge, there are no Lalafell pets, no. I could be wrong, though. There's a lot of miniatures for people, so maybe one of the people has a like, is there a cryo miniature? Because that might count. So, let's discuss our next step. Oh, we're at Chapter 3 done! Chapter 4 commence. I think there is a Pippin, because I got that one. Hey, you're back! The word will have already reached the Maelstrom Command. Protocol requires such a representative of our order informs the High Commanders of the mission's success. The honor is rightly yours. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. Thanks. Night, Reggie. Let's see here. Questions. Do the Lightbound from WoW have more free will than the Tempered from FF14? Yes. How would I feel if we were destined to wear disposable paper garments in the future? Why? Also, no. What class are we? What race would I like to this setting and why? That's not a question, but I like too many races in this setting. Tara says, hang on, scroll down a little bit. In what way would you write the player character in a hypothetical Tyranny 2? That's a damn good question. Because the problem is, we almost by necessity have to follow through on our character. That's a cool looking coat. Yeah, there we go. But Tyranny 1 can go so many different directions that I have absolutely no idea. Like, I don't know where you could go with that. Because you'd have to acknowledge Tyranny 1, and you kind of can't. So, either you make a game that somehow acknowledges all your choices and decisions and just kind of goes all over the place, which is this insane monumental task. Which is what I do, by the way. I would make a Tyranny 2, and Tyranny 2 would be the end. Tyranny 2 would be written to be the end of the arc. And we'd actually do our due diligence, making all the branches all acknowledged, and just kind of do, you know, this a little bit when it came to Tyranny 2, and then it would chunk. But that being stated, with regards to the specific thought is reality thing, I would be remiss if I did not explore that to its totality, because duh, essentially. I guess the answer, Tara, in brief, because I can't just tell you how I would write Tyranny 2 right now, that's a little bit too long of a question, would be, yes, I would absolutely go down that route. Fife asks, since none of the duties tell you how their mechanics work prior to entering, will that qualify as a negative every time? So I myself have suggested adding the Dungeon Journal concept from WoW to FF14. Funny fact, one of the times I mentioned that, this was actually on stream, I was yelled at for mentioning this by being told that FF14 players, who are much smarter and better than WoW players, like to actually learn the mechanics themselves, thank you. Which is one of the dumbest comments I've ever gotten on one of these streams, because just because there is a journal that helps you tell you the mechanics, if you happen to want to look at that, does not prevent you from learning the mechanics yourself, nor does it prevent you from learning the mechanics yourself. Now, I know that sounds like I just repeated myself, but what I mean by that is, on the one hand, you could just not look at the journal. Done. On the other hand, you could also, anybody who's seen WoW, especially these substantially more complex fights, knows that the Dungeon Journal is the beginning of understanding the fight, not the end. If you see, like, just pull up a hypothetical, this is the button that Dungeon Journal is in WoW for me. So if you pull this button up and it's like, hey, I've got an attack which hits like this and does this and goes over here, and this can be negated by this. Okay, well, what's this? Oh, it does this. Okay, this. And you can kind of piece it together, but until you've actually, speaking from experience, until you've actually sat through and gone through the fight, it's not, there's this sort of, oh, moment. Even when doing it on LFR, make of that what you will, most of those fights, when me and Pax would go through them, would really boil down to, oh, okay, that's how the fight works. And then the second time we get it, right? What's the issue here? Nevertheless, to answer your question in full, Fife, I do not think the absence of a dungeon journal is a negative. Unless there's a specific mechanic, and I can't think of one off the top of my head, where there's a mechanic that's counterintuitive, or a mechanic that's badly designed. Actually, I can think of one mechanic that's actually badly designed. Larbird. And if we see, so in other words, if we see any specific encounters with specific mechanics that are with regards to the design, that would be an individual negative. But as Rax points out, FF14, especially from Heavensward onwards, likes to use universal markers. And generally speaking, if you're paying any kind of attention, you can pick up what you're supposed to do just by watching the fight. So you don't need a dungeon journal. So it's not a negative. Sense make? The presence of a dungeon journal would be a positive, however. Now, Rax points out the dungeon journal can end up giving away spoilers. Interestingly enough, WoW has actually experimented with multiple attempts to avoid that over the years. For example, some bosses simply were not in the dungeon journal at all. In some cases, there would be an indication that there is a boss, but not the name of the boss. Or, you know, in other words, the dungeon journal would be written in a way so it says, the boss hits you with this attack and this attack. But you don't know who the boss is, you don't know what they're hitting you with, stuff like that. They've tried a few ways to avoid spoilers, some to success, some to not. I just want to comment on that, because the point is, if FF14 were to implement a dungeon journal, I think they could do so without spoiling. My opinion. Anyways. Oh, hang on. Notes. So, Evil Clone says, I'm in this setting, but I only get to choose 3 magical abilities which I can develop. 3 individual spells. Okay. Sure. Well, I suppose, spell number 1 would be Teleport. Spell number 2 would be Heal, and spell number 3 would be Res. And that would be me. Oh yeah, one other thing before we move on from the Dungeon Journal thing. I should probably mention, the Dungeon Journal kind of allows WoW to do different raid design than FF14 does. Let me explain what I mean by that. Let's say that I'm fighting Braywin. Let's say Braywin has an attack where if I don't spin in a circle 3 times and jump, I'm instantly dead. Now that would be considered an unfair design, right? Because, oh god, I'm dead because of this stupid arbitrary thing. And this is a terrible example, so please bear with me on this. But the point is, FF14 doesn't do those kind of things because it kind of can't get away with that. There are a couple of mechanics, like I said, there's a few I can think of, which are just kind of, huh? But in WoW, because of the journal, exactly, Rex, you're kind of expected to have basic knowledge of the fight. The journal actually has a specific icon, important ability. This is something everyone needs to be aware of. It's got a big old red skull. So you look at that and it says, during this fight, the boss Braywin will use, you look funny. And that's the name of the spell. And you can see it, and there'll be a call out for it. You look funny! And then the journal says, in order to do that, you spin around 3 times and then you jump. With that knowledge forethought, you can do the fight. You get the idea. I'm not saying either of these are better or worse than the other, by the way. But it is interesting that even in one of the realms that FF14 and WoW are most similar, which is raid design, they're still actually fairly distinct. By the way, WoW and FF14 are nothing like each other. Moving on. I should also probably mention, just over here in the... That's true, Rax. I should probably mention really quick, by the way, just I hate to defend WoW, but WoW actually has a DBM built in at this point. It has for several expansions, which is good, to be blunt. I know that sounds weird, like I said. I do, if you put a gun to my head, I do prefer WoW's raid design, but that's because WoW can do anything with its raid design. And I like that. They do not have to hold themselves back at all. Because they can put stuff in the DBM, which is built into the game. Because they can put stuff into the journal, which is built into the game. Because there is an understanding that they can get away with whatever the hell they want to. Not just in terms of difficulty, but in terms of gimmicks, or uniqueness, or bizarrity. And I do enjoy that personally. But FF14's raids are substantially more... I don't know what word to use here, because I don't mean this as an insult. FF14's raids are far more... parsable? That's actually a good word. I like that. We'll go with parsable. Generally speaking, if you're just doing a fight for the first time, you've seen us. You've seen me do Eden blind before on camera. So just looking at the FF14 raids, you can see, yeah, there's a structure to it. There's a clear design to a raid boss in FF14. Not a bad thing, to be very clear. No need to get defensive. I do enjoy FF14's fights a great deal. But the point is, simply by playing an FF14 fight, it's like, oh, okay, he's going to do this, and this is over there. And one of the things that really started becoming common in Stormblood or Heavensward, I forget which, is most fights have a thing. So let's say I have an attack that hits everything around me. Or let's like say Brayflox. Brayflox has an attack. It's this big old reticule. It's this big area. It hits this huge spot here. And she'll do that, and I'll dodge it, because it's easy to dodge. And then she'll have a thing where there's like this line that she does over here, and it's like a crisscross. There's crisscross lines, and so you have to find the safe square. And then she'll do a thing where she'll put like this spot over on the ground, and it'll yank you towards her from wherever the spot is. So it'll be a single direction thing like that. Then she starts mixing and matching. That format right there, that formula, is something FF14 does very commonly. Not a complaint. It's basically tutorialization in the boss design. Because it's like, here's this mechanic, here's this mechanic, here's this mechanic. Okay, you figured out how to live through those. Now I'm going to start mixing and matching. And oftentimes, especially for some of the harder fights, they won't just mix and match in the same way. They'll be like, okay, I'm going to do the yank, but then I'm going to do the crisscross after I do the yank instead of before it. But then I'm going to do the circle while you're right next to me, while the crisscross is still up after the yank, and so forth and so on, right? So it's kind of an escalation of the mechanics as you're going through the fight. Where do we get off the... Oh, yeah, we were talking about dungeon journals. Right. Sorry. Good topic. But that... all of that is why dungeon journals are not a negative. The absence of dungeon journals are not a negative to FF14. That being said, like I said, there are a few individual fights which are just kind of... and are very non-intuitive. There's actually an ARR dungeon, which I'm probably going to ding for this. There is the Larbird thing, which I hate. And I feel like there's at least one Eden fight which has an issue with it, which we'll get to, and so forth and so on. There's a few individual fights where they drop the ball. Otherwise, no, it's cool. Moving on. Sorry. Long topic. One Winged Angel says, I'm going to ask the same thing that was asked to Yoshi P during a live letter. If you could have dinner with any character from Final Fantasy XIV and talk an extensive amount, which one would you choose? I mean, obviously Ishtola, right? Although... There are three characters I would be most tempted by there. I'm curious of Yoshi P's answer. One is Ishtola. She is a fascinating character. She's my favorite member of the party, and she is a very intelligent person who I could discuss the nature of the setting. Like, I could discuss the construction of magic with her, right? That would be awesome. The second person would be Urian J. I love his manner of speech. He's a cool character, and I could discuss the nature and construction of the setting a great deal with him. Can anyone guess the third before I get there? I mean, Rax is correct. Anyways. Let me delete some old questions. There we go. Richard says, are all the summons in this setting evil? No. Easy answer. Most of them are, though. If Blizzard asked me to write an alternate canon for Warcraft from the end, starting from the end of Frozen Throne, where would I take the story? So I've actually considered a Warcraft rewrite. Truthfully, the path I would follow is fairly similar to the path they followed. It's just the details would be different. So, rather than going BC, Wrath, Cata Pandaria, Warlords Legion, I would probably go something more along the lines of... Yeah, it's a huge topic. That's why I'm giving a really zoomed out answer here. I would probably go something more along the lines of BC, but properly done, and then into Cata, mostly because of the war. Cata leading into Pandaria, Pandaria leading into Legion, and I would cut off the story at Legion. That's kind of the very rough arc I would do there. Oh, and I would distinguish, like, the third faction, the Hasbrains. Okay, cool. Moving on. Thank you for coming. Word of your triumph reached me some time ago. First Ifrit and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel loss of the Warrior of Lights less keenly, and there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. The people of Limsa Lominsa are forever in your debt. Aw. That's adorable. Thank you. Lore, this is Minfilia. Each told me told you of your success. You have won a great victory. Ah, she didn't say it. She said, we'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. Darn. Doesn't count. Well, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Lorecraft series, but there's a couple of concepts that I'll accept that. I don't want to say I invented, but I kind of invented. The Horde Alliance Force is one of those, which is the term I used for the unified adventuring party and military force, which was the unified Horde and Alliance Force, which was the group that was fighting for much of BC and Wrath before the war broke out. I've also made a point, and I don't know how many of you have noticed this, of never calling the one side within the Cataclysm arc the Horde. I have always, 100% of the time, referred to them as Hellscream's army or the Hellscream forces. Simply by the way I have phrased that, probably gets across some of how I would structure some of the story. Because, I'm sorry, the Horde Alliance being at war... well, you know my opinions on that one. Alright, now... let's see. I'm sure glad that Sylph is still here and safe, and everything's fine forever. There's just... everyone's taking a nap today. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Man, I'm kind of tired too. I wish I could just have a settle here, you know. Kind of relax. There's our buddy, you know, he helped us out. He was an Alamegan, you remember him? He was cool. Very, very cool. A lot of broken crates for some reason. I think they had a bit of a party prior to this. This one is glad, walking one is safe.
We'll be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed.
For a perspective on timing, that's what she just said to us before we headed here. So this is minutes ago, maybe hours.
Thank heavens he is safe. Louisoix, do you see? Your light shines brightly in this one, and in time, it will illuminate the realm once more. Oh!
advance no further.
We have come for the one who slayed Ifrit and Titan. Bring him forth, or you shall know no mercy.
Confound it. Stay out of sight. I would leave a message with you. I surrender myself, on the condition you spare the innocents.
Conditions? There speaks the Supreme Sire. I'll grant you have courage, but you would be better served by armor.
Search all you will. The one you seek is not here.
So it would seem.
And yet you knew to look here. But how?
Hold that thought.
No!
Conditions of surrender denied.
Cease at once!
Have you not done enough?
Perhaps. Enough. We must away. Though we have not found our quarry, the High Priestess of the Scions should suffice for now. They say she also possesses the Echo. I cannot wait to hear her scream. I said enough! We leave. Bring the prisoners.
I'm gonna be real. Livia's probably a negative to story, by the way. She is not a good character. Yeah, she's straight up stupid evil. She hits all of the stupid evil check marks. She just killed her own dude to prove that she's evil. Killed innocent people to prove that she's evil. And went out of her way to roundhouse kick a sylph to prove that she's evil. Like, yeah, she has a gun on her arm to prove that she... That being said, I am sad that we lose our poor sylph buddy here. At church in eastern Thanalan, Walking One must claim sanctuary. This one tried to protect Walking One Minfilia from Imperial ones. Yeah, she took a bite of an apple to prove that she's an asshole. Oh, I'm sorry, Neuraxia. You had more character than Minfilia in 3 scenes. Well, home base just got raided. We all know what that means. That's a fairly consistent narrative trope. You establish a place of safety so that you can take it away. Oh yeah, I should mention the second time I quit the game was actually right here. Or rather, like, right after this. We'll talk about why after the lunch break. Something troubling you, my son. You have the look of someone who has endured great suffering. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything at all? The wild roses are dead. I see. You may speak freely here. We are all friends of the Scions. How could this have happened? Are you certain Minfilia was among those taken by the Garleans? Let us pray no further harm comes to them. You may stay here as long as you wish. It's the least I can do for a friend of Minfilia's. I've known her since she was but a child. Well do I recall the day of our first meeting. I swore then to do everything in my power to support her, and I will gladly offer the selfsame service to her brother and sister Scions. So please, no matter what you require, you need not hesitate to ask. Marquess, could you come here for a moment? Yes, Father? With my weird voice actor from ARR? That's not what he sounds like, but he sounds so weird. Hey, Goggles, boy. If you require assistance, pray speak with Marquess. He's a trifle shy, but I assure you he means well. I should explain, he's a survivor of the Battle of Carteneau. Alas, his experience took a terrible toll on his mind. Had we not taken him into our care, he would have surely perished in the desert. Marquess, I want you to look after Lord, do you understand? Yes, Father. I think you're right, Valvatrix. Which is funny if you think about it. Spoilers. Are you eating an apple? Are you the villain, Zedslayer? Excuse me, Lord, do you have a moment? It concerns this broken horologe which was found in the pocket of a man brought here for burial. There's something familiar about it, but just what I cannot say. Perhaps if I tinker with the device, it'll come to me. However, I lack the proper tools. Go get tools for me. Yeah, sure thing, Marquess. So, let me try. I'll go ahead and explain now, and then I'll cut it for lunch. By the way, I'm going to hit some roulettes during the lunch break if anybody wants to join me. I'm going to try to explain why this part of the game pushed me out, okay? Now, please don't judge me too harshly, because what I'm going to say is going to sound like a petty complaint. But Pandaria was out at this point in time. And I keep re-emphasizing that, because even though the game, FF14, ARR, is not that bad on its own merits, when it was compared to the other games I could play at the same time. So what had happened was we just had what should be a big, significant cutscene, right? But as with so many ARR cutscenes, it just lacks... Yeah, it's the... Thank you, Rax. That's a great way to put it. The presentation was just lackluster. You could see the idea behind the cutscene, and we've pointed this out before with the Gathering of the Fellowship cutscene and with the Dealing with Ifrit cutscene. Both of those should have been more than they were, but instead they just kind of were there. It's like, okay. So, like Spinobi says, the trope of establish a place of safety, remove a place of safety, it's a good trope. But it lacked the impact it needed. It's just, you walk in, there's a bunch of corpses, and it's like, oh my god. And then that's as far as it gets, because then we just see this scene of Livia being an idiot, and the Signs of the Seventh Dawn absolutely being curb-stomped by one squad of Imperials, and it's just, okay. And the massacring and killing everyone there, and it's not there. And so I just felt so deflated from that cutscene, where I knew at the time I should feel something, right? And I didn't, and it bothered me. And then we got to the quests which we're about to do. I think I can actually push through like one or two of these here. I don't know how many of these are still in, but back in the day, there was this corpse quest. I don't know if that's still in. We'll see in a minute here. Yeah, here, have some money. Weighty coin purse. A small yet heavy leather sack containing presumably roughly the amount of gil needed to provide the thing. Any surplus coin should be considered commission. Yeah, sure, whatever. Balls. I mean, yeah, nice doing business with you. Up we go. Oh yeah, sorry. I need to re-emphasize how irritating this is, because I'm flying. Back in the day... Well, I guess I'll just do this. Back in the day, what I was doing was walking out of this stupid place every time we go in and out of here. And then going up here, going up here. And yeah, at about half the speed I'm currently going. Every single time I did this. So just add that kind of slog on top of the quests, on top of the lack of impact, and it was just kind of it was the straw on the back kind of a thing. It was just, what am I doing playing this game? And I just kind of walked away from it. It's like, you know what? Whatever. I'm glad I went back to it. I am. This game is worth it, but I'm just trying to explain why I was just like, okay, while I was going through this at the time. Yeah, I was going to say, I've already heard from several of you in chat at which points you have quit ARR, and I know a lot of us kind of put down ARR at certain points, because this was the final time I quit ARR, I should probably mention. When I finally picked it up again after this point, I actually kept playing it all the way through. And at that point, Heavensward was out, and so I actually pushed all the way through Heavensward. And then, I believe that was right around when Stormblood was coming out, too. So I pushed right into Stormblood as well. And then I quit the game for like a year. So, nice big gap there of playing the game, and then I'll quit. So, this is my personal last quit point until the Stormblood one. Something occurs to me. Wait here for a moment. Also, which one was second coil? Oh, I believe that, Magister. Jeez. Though I repaired the device easily, this sensation that stirs within me remains a mystery. How? How did I do it? These hands move with a wind of their mind of their own, deftly manipulating the clockwork mechanisms. There was no doubt or uncertainty. I knew exactly what to do, as though I'd performed the same motion countless times before. Ah, yeah, darnus. Yeah, I could feel that. Pardon me, this was a mistake. Please give this to Sister Illumined. The man who once owned it is currently in her care, and I think it best to be returned to him. Okay. Lol, Rye. Speaking of which, are you ever going to join us for one of these dungeons, Rye? Or do you just hate me that much? Admit it, you hate questing with me. Good day. Have you come to pay respects? Kind of. Never before have I seen such a queer device. You say it measures the passing of time. Yeah, it's called a clock. Mayhap they are more common in Garlemald. I am given to understand its cities are filled with all manner of amazing technologies. Marquess said that it belonged to the deceased. Oh, dear. You don't suppose that the owner might have been a Garlean spy? It may behoove us to notify the authorities in Cap Drybone. But how did Marquess manage to repair this device? Yes, how could he have possibly repaired a Garlean device? I recognize you now. Allow me to express my deepest condolences for those who lost their lives in the attack. I apologize if discussing this upsets you, but you should know that your bodies of your comrades are presently being removed from the Waking Sands and prepared for transport here. Got it. So now, pray return to the Waking Sands. Whatever. She didn't say it, so we can't give it a click. We might actually be done with that at this point. We might have only had 4 pray returns. Although, actually, it's funny that she did say specifically and exactly the words pray return to the Waking Sands 4 separate times. I haven't been counting how many times we go to the Waking Sands. I think we're up into the 12s at that point. 12 or 13 range. At least Thanolin has good music, you know? Yep, gotta get those delicious materials. You don't look like one of those church fellows? Nothing will turn you away. As you can see, we've got a pile of unidentified bodies. Off to the Lich Yard. Be thankful you didn't go inside and see the carnage for yourself. 'Twas the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. God's damned Imperials. Oh yeah, by the way, did I mention the Empire has a base right there? Did I mention that? I know that there's, you know, hiding in plain sight, but that's us. That's Cape Westwind, and that's an Imperial base. Anyways. I don't know what quarrel they had with these folks, but I sure as hell don't want to know. Sooner we put this behind us, the better. Say, haven't I seen you around here from before? Or do you just have one of those faces? Yeah, my name's Urianger. Ah, never mind. Any road, there's a carriage to haul the bodies to the lit yard out by the east gate. There's only 8 left to load, but seeing as I'm exhausted, I'll leave the remainder to you. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Just plant some explosives right around that rock base there. It's pretty narrow. And it's got several bajillion tons of rock on it, or metal on it. Give me a minute. Hang on. Hang on. Just a second. Give me a second. Hang on. Almost there. Almost there. Yep, now that they're dead, all 4 of them can fit in our inventory. In lore, I like to picture we've just got them on our back right now. Or our shoulders, actually, more likely. What happened to the big fella? Ah, forget it. Just bring the batch, toss them in. Ain't like they'll complain if you're rough. Well, ain't you a strong one? 4 in one trip. Now we have to go back and get the others. You see the problem here? This is the corpse quest I just mentioned. I get it. I get what the game's going for. But keep in mind the mentality I had with the presentation and the fact that the game just wasn't really catching me in general, and the fact that the game was kind of irritating at this point, and then immediately after all that nonsense, I'm forced to do this. And I'm just sitting here thinking, this is your quest design. This is your quest design. That's why I put it down. Like I said, this was the final straw. No pun intended. I was just like, alright, fine. I got other things to do. And then all the way back over there, because of course. No kidding, Rex. And yeah, I was actually just picturing. Alright, so imagine you're a Lalafell. Oh yeah, and then we have to leave that. You remember I mentioned we have to go in and out of that stupid thing several times in this step? Like I said, it was just every little thing. I know it sounds like I'm nitpicking. I apologize. I'm not trying to bash this. I am giving this a negative, by the way. But I'm just trying to emphasize how everything was just grating on me when I was going through this. It was just... Every little thing was just another, ugh, come on, when I was dealing with this arc. So, yes, the first carriage, death rites, yep. And that is the exact moment at which I put the game down, right there. I said, you know what? I'm good. I walked away from it. I got lunch.